Believe. I want to lie to myself. I want to be convinced that I am a good fantasy football drafter. But what I can say with damn near certainty is the best of fantasy football drafters on this planet are going to be in this draft lobby. This is a $250 high stakes draft on Underdog Fantasy where there's no time commitment during the season. So if you're looking at the best drafters on the planet, which I am not in that bucket, trust me, one day I hope I get there. From an ROI perspective, this makes the most sense for them to be able to get the most money down with the smallest time commitment as possible. So this is going to be an intense 2022 fantasy football draft. This is going to be very stressful, but regardless, we are going to try to hold our own weight. If you have not done so already, go down there, guys, drop a like on the live stream, subscribe to the channel. We are going to get a 24-hour live stream draft marathon going if we hit 90,000 subscribers, which hopefully we do soon. And also, we do these drafts every single night if you want to draft with us. But dear God, here we go. Hell yes, hell yes, hell yes, ladies and gentlemen. We're picking at 3. We have some members of the flock in this draft. We have Golf for Life out here. OMG, Derek is out as well, but we don't have to pick next to Derek in this draft. He's going to be sitting there at 8. The third spot, in my opinion, is one of the best picks to have this season. We are going to be able to get an elite level wide receiver. And hell, if we don't take an elite level wide receiver, that's because we ended up getting Jonathan Taylor. We ended up getting Christian McCaffrey falling to us. So regardless, we are going to have a very strong start in round 1. And I like what we'll have available to us at the 2-3 turn. I like the fact that we can get an elite level tight end, an elite level quarterback at the 4-5 turn. So this will be very exciting. It looks like team 1 is about to be on the clock. I'm assuming we have Christian McCaffrey, then Jonathan Taylor off the board with the first 2 picks. That's my guess for these high stakes drafts. I think you are going to get CMC at 1. Let's see what they decide to do. Thanks, Ben says, is this a 250 draft? Yes, this is the 250 draft. And they are taking this down to the very last second. So maybe they didn't expect this draft to fill as quickly as it did. Yeah, they're taking this down to the last second. Let's see if they just auto Jonathan Taylor or they set up a queue. No, they just auto-draft Jonathan Taylor. Maybe they didn't really care about anybody else at the 101, so they're not going to check in until the second round. But hell, if they're on auto, that's going to help us. If they're on auto throughout the rest of the draft, this isn't just a regular random mock draft you'll find online where you're annoyed if you're on auto-draft. No, you're excited to see people auto-drafting here because that just means they're donating their $250 to the league pot, which... Thank you, thank you. Is this team on auto as well? If we have 2 teams auto drafting in the $250 draft, no, they go Justin Jefferson. So hell, I guess we're going to get Christian McCaffrey at pick 3. I thought we were going to go Jefferson. I thought we would potentially get I don't know. I don't want to complain. It's Christian McCaffrey at pick 3. Obviously, this is a selection that has a risk given the injury history we have over the past 2 years with Christian McCaffrey. But at the same time, CMC has a higher upside in fantasy football than really anybody else you're going to find. I still think Jonathan Taylor is the 101, but after Jonathan Taylor, you should be going CMC at 2, and I'm going to be happy that he fell to us at 3. Cooper Kupp goes after Jamar Chase in this draft, which is a little weird. I guess maybe you really do have that concern for the Matthew Stafford elbow injury. Derek says he hopes someone falls to him. Looks like he's getting either Derrick Henry or Stephon Diggs. Or I think we saw Derek the other night in a draft go with Dalvin Cook over Derrick Henry. I could be mistaken. Obviously, I'm an idiot. My memory is straight up trash. But if you're wondering why someone may have gone Justin Jefferson at 2 over Christian McCaffrey, one of the main reasons is on Underdog Fantasy, you have to start 3 wide receivers, and with the best ball aspect, it is going to slide wide receivers up draft boards across the board. I still think it's too aggressive to be taking Justin Jefferson over Christian McCaffrey, but that is why you'll see Stephon Diggs go a little bit higher here. That's why you'll see Justin Jefferson at 2. And of course, if you want to take advantage of some of this value on Underdog Fantasy, if you want to get in real money fantasy football drafts with us, they don't just do $250 drafts. They have $5 drafts, $10 drafts. Make sure you go to the link in the live chat, the link in the description of the video. Go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. You'll get our 2022 rankings, our 2022 fantasy football draft guide, and we do these real money fantasy football drafts every single night in the live stream so you can have some fun. You can draft with us. But Dalvin Cook goes off at 11. You have Derek deciding to take Stephon Diggs at 8. This is the first draft I think I've ever seen Joe Mixon go this high. Now, y'all know I have Joe Mixon ranked as my running back 4 in fantasy, but in reality, I usually don't even take Mixon here in the first round because you do get Joe Mixon falling to you in the majority of these underdog drafts around pick 16, pick 17. So this is 100% the earliest I've seen Joe Mixon. If I have Mixon ranked as my running back 4, I can't come out here and hate on it at all. But still, at the end of the day, sometimes in these underdog drafts, Joe Mixon would have made it back to you at pick 18. Now, we have Dalvin Cook at 11, Davante Adams at 14. Now, the Bear decides to go CeeDee, and that's a very common start on underdog, is to go through and take the combination of Travis Kelce and CeeDee Lamb. But usually you get that at the 1-2 turn. This is probably the latest I've seen Davante Adams fall in a very long time. Like, you have to be excited about the start that you're getting here with the combination of Dalvin Cook and Davante Adams through the first 2 rounds. And Najee Harris makes it all the way down to 16. So if I could, I go through and I trade our first 2 picks with OMG, who is able to come away with the combination of Derrick Henry and Najee Harris. I think that is pretty exciting. You have Debo Samuel at 18. Debo would have been a wide receiver we would have taken if he made it back to us at 23. But hell, you're never really expecting Debo to make it back there once we saw that contract extension. I think in reality, we're going to be looking at either a Mark Andrews. And if we don't get a Mark Andrews, maybe a Mike Evans. I don't know. The draft is a little different at this point. I mean, hell, somehow we had Aaron Jones making it to us. That'd be great. This team goes Mike Evans pick 19. Aaron Jones goes 20. So are we right with the assumption that we may be coming away with Mark Andrews? This team in the first round decided to go Jamar Chase. They took Jamar Chase over Cooper Kupp. So they're willing to go out there on a limb and they're willing to just go with whatever their gut tells them. I mean, if you're taking Chase over Kupp, you got some pretty big balls to do that. Now let's see. This team's taking it. These drafters are so slow. Why are y'all taking it down to the very last second? I mean, I've done over 500 of these drafts. We kind of know who we want. And here, based on the running backs that will be available to us on the way back around, I'm confident that we would get one of Javonte Williams, Leonard Fournette, or Nick Chubb. And to be completely honest, especially with the Kareem Hunt trade rumors, I actually have Nick Chubb ranked at the very top end of this group. So we're going to take Tyreek Hill with the assumption that one of these running backs is going to make it to us on the way back around. Like I said, on Underdog Fantasy, you have to start 3 wide receivers. So if you have to start 3 wide receivers, you don't want to get completely boxed out of the position through the first 3 rounds. And I'm expecting that we are indeed going to end up with one of those running backs, like a Nick Chubb, sitting there at pick 27 for us. So T. Higgins goes pick 24. DJ Moore, 25. Oh my gosh. Y'all know I'm a DJ Moore fan, but that is aggressive. So this plays into exactly what we are looking for. We are trying to get one of Leonard Fournette or Nick Chubb on the way back around. That's why we decided to take Tyreek Hill there in the second. We are going to get one of these guys. If we have the option for either one, I'm probably actually going to end up going with Nick Chubb. But let's see. I think that if you're looking at Nick Chubb's possibility of just skyrocketing up these drafts with the trade of Kareem Hunt, it's easy to use that as a tie break, but Nick Chubb goes off the board. So instead, we are going to get Leonard Fournette here as our second running back. We're going to be getting Leonard Fournette at pick 27. I could not be more excited about what we have through the first 3 rounds. I mean, picking at 3 is already usually a good spot to begin with, but I felt like we had some pretty strong values making it back to us, especially if we're just talking about the raw upside of these picks. Tuna Hunter says Dallas Goddard or Pat Freiermuth, and why? We're going to go with Dallas Goddard. If you're looking at Freiermuth, we can assume that you see some touchdown regression from his rookie season. And with Dallas Goddard, if you're looking at the splits with and without Zach Ertz through his NFL career so far, Dallas Goddard is a significantly more productive player in games that Zach Ertz has missed. Obviously, Zach Ertz is not going to be in Philadelphia this upcoming season. You also had Dallas Goddard with 2.7 yards per route run this past season, which is an elite level mark. But that Joe Mixon team decides to go Breece Hall at pick 31. I am legitimately in these drafts all day, every day, and I actually ended up getting Breece Hall at the very end of the 4th round earlier this morning, but that was in a $5 puppy draft on Underdog. Obviously, we are not drafting $250 drafts off the live stream. Those have to be reserved for the stream. Okay. So now we have Keenan Allen going at pick 33 here. Okay, I know I said I could not be more excited about our start through the first 3 rounds, but look at what OMG has come away with. Derrick Henry, Najee Harris, and Keenan Allen. That is just beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful drafting. Okay, so Courtland Sutton, Terry McLaurin go there at the 3-4 turn. Honestly, I'm not a fan of it. I don't necessarily think that we have any strong takes other than I probably prefer to just go Jalen Waddle, even though Jalen Waddle, of course, is in a very bad situation. But Jalen Waddle is a rookie last year at a better season than what you've ever seen from Courtland Sutton in his, I guess, now we could say age 27 career. He's going into his age 27 season. Now, Jalen Waddle does go pick 34 to Golf for Life. Golf for Life also has a very strong start so far. The Bears decides to go with a bully tight end strategy there with Travis Kelce and Kyle Pitts in rounds 1 and round 3. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Derek says he wanted someone to take Josh Allen so he didn't have to. Honestly, that's kind of how I feel when I take Stephon Diggs now, because with the other values that you're getting at the quarterback position of Mahomes and Lamar being 5th round selections, like it is very hard to pull the trigger on 3rd round Josh Allen, but you know you're not going to get Allen in the 4th. And when you take Stephon Diggs in the 1st, you really are compelled to just go ahead and pull the trigger on Josh Allen. So it's hard to get away from taking Josh Allen, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like it's that strong of value. And Derek decides to go with that double stack, grab Gabriel Davis there. People that are significantly smarter than I am are doing this. If they take Josh Allen in the 3rd, they're going Gabriel Davis in the 4th. But sometimes I'm willing to admit that, hell, I'm not going to be following the smart people. I'm going to be going down my own path, probably a path to failure, but hell, I'm used to it by now. We are not going to be taking Gabriel Davis in the 4th round, even when we start with Josh Allen in the 3rd. Okay, so now let's scroll this down. I have an idea of what we potentially want to do if we don't have a value that we like making it back to us at pick 46. Allen Robinson goes 44. Okay. I got a plan, ladies and gentlemen. We have a plan. This team, I'd imagine they go Lamar. Let's see if they go Lamar Jackson. This is the team that decided to go Mark Andrews there in the 3rd. Yeah, they have A.J. Brown, Jamar Chase, and Mark Andrews so far through the first 3 rounds. They go Jerry Jeudy. Interesting. They take Jeudy over Lamar. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Darren Waller. I really want to come away with this turn with at least one elite level tight end, especially when we saw that one team decide to pair up the combination of both Travis Kelce and Kyle Pitts. I do think that's going to skew the overall tight end market in this entire league. So let's let's grab Darren Waller here when we have a chance. I think that we're very confident that we're going to get at least one of these elite level quarterbacks on the way back around to us, whether that's Herbert, Lamar Jackson, or Patrick Mahomes. So Lamar Jackson ends up going here at pick 47. Now, Brandon Cooks, 48. This is interesting. I have an idea. I know y'all aren't going to like it. I know y'all won't. But let me know your thoughts on it. What do you think about us doubling down on the bully tight end strategy, taking Darren Waller and George Kittle here at the turn, possibly having a unique combo in that tournament style draft with access to an elite level ceiling, and at the same time, maybe causing a cascading effect where we saw that other team decide to pair up Kelce and Kyle Pitts. Mike says no to Kittle in all caps. What we are doing is either Kittle or Mahomes. If y'all can convince me not to do Kittle, I won't do Kittle. Okay, everybody in the chat saying no Kittle. I'll listen to y'all this one time. We will go ahead. We will take the elite level quarterback in Patrick Mahomes. That was our initial plan, to get an elite level quarterback, an elite level tight end here at the turn. And I thought that we definitely needed to go out of our way and to get that elite level tight end once we had the bully tight end strategy implemented by Team 10. Now, I think our plan is 100% worked out so far. Maybe this is what happens when you get into over 500 real money fantasy football drafts this year. Kind of know what you can do going into turns. We take Tyreek Hill at 22, knowing that we're going to get one of Javonte Williams, Nick Chubb, Leonard Fournette on the way back around. We take Darren Waller, pick 46, knowing that we'll get one of Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, or Patrick Mahomes on the way back around. It's exactly what happened. We have our elite level tight end. We have our elite level quarterback. We have a wide receiver to hold down the fort to make sure that we are not just going to get completely wrecked. And we have a couple pretty good running backs with the combination of Christian McCaffrey and Leonard Fournette. So I'm excited about this team. I think that I'm very happy that this is a high stakes draft and this is just a regular $5 draft here on Underdog because, hell, y'all know I've ruined enough $5 drafts. We need something good to happen here. We need something good to happen. Okay, so Michael Thomas goes pick 56. So Michael Thomas continuing to rise up. Derek takes him over Chris Godwin here. Chris Godwin goes directly at pick 57. This point, if we're looking at any unique teams, I think that team 10 is really the one roster so far standing out. And I actually thought for a second that that team may have been on auto draft, but now it looks like they take Juju Smith-Schuster way before the clock runs out. So they get a pretty strong value there with Juju. They have some correlation in that Kansas City Chiefs passing offense with the combination of Juju Smith-Schuster and Travis Kelce. We have A.J. Dillon and DeAndre Hopkins pick 60 and 61. That's very early for those two players. I mean, if we're looking at the running backs that are still available, Cam Akers is still on the board. Oh my gosh. A.J. Dillon going before Cam Akers here. Akers makes it to Golf for Life. Golf for Life is a member of the flock. I know they've been in a ton of drafts with us. I don't know if they're watching this live stream or maybe they just hopped in a random draft on Underdog and ended up getting in. But Golf for Life, if you were watching this live stream, congrats on the unbelievable draft so far of Dalvin Cook, James Conner, David Montgomery, Cam Akers at running back, and Devontae Adams and Jalen Waddle at wide receiver. But B, also, I need to hear your explanations on why did you even take David Montgomery over Cam Akers in the first place? Clearly, it worked out for you. Clearly, you knew what you were doing, that you got Cam Akers on the way back around at pick 62. But still, I'm very interested to know that thought process that you had there and why you decided to do that. Okay. And real quick, we just hit 200 likes in the live stream. Guys, if you have not done so already, please go down there. Drop a like on the stream. If we hit 300 likes on this live stream, we are going to get a second draft going. If we hit 600 likes, we'll get a third draft and all the way down the line. But Drake London goes pick 67. Savage World says, can you explain what the slow draft is about? So if you get into a slow draft on Underdog, personally, I don't love them. I'd rather do these fast drafts. It's going to be a draft with an 8-hour timer. So those drafts usually take a couple weeks, but it's for people that don't want to sit there for an hour. Really for the people that just want to go into like 100 drafts at once on Underdog. And we have Max's advice for a 10-team league: 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, 1 quarterback. Slide up elite level tight ends, slide up elite level running backs. Completely devalue the wide receiver position. But let's see what this team decides to do here. That's gone 4 wide receivers. They take Jalen Hurts. I am very jealous of that. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Amari Cooper. We need a second wide receiver here. At the same time, this is going to be a league where we're prioritized to focus in on weeks 15, 16, and 17 production. And if Deshaun Watson does play in those weeks, Amari Cooper should have access to an elite level ceiling. It's going to be a no-brainer selection for me here at pick 70. And let's see what we get on the way back around to pick 75. I'm not going to be surprised based on how these high-stakes drafters work if we end up getting a Josh Jacobs at pick 75. So Adam Thielen off the board. I don't want to queue up exactly how I would have this draft. Dalton Schultz goes at 72. Golf for Life says, hey, Mason, just noticed we are in the same draft. So cool. Golf for Life. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was congratulating you on a fantastic draft. And I want to hear your explanation on Montgomery over Cam Akers. Clearly it works out. Clearly you get both guys, and that's fantastic. But I do want to hear that explanation. Okay, so let's see what Eton decides to do. We have Allen Lazard at 73. Y'all know I was never taking Lazard here. So it either comes down to one of these 3 guys. I'm thinking Devonta Smith. I'm thinking let's go ahead. Let's grab an elite level wide receiver here. Obviously, I don't think elite's probably the right term for Smith, but still puts up one of the best collegiate wide receiver seasons of all time. Ooh, this is... GA says Tony. I'm not doing Tony. If y'all want a wide receiver, we're going to go with Smith. I'm not doing Tony. Never mind. Looks like we're going to go Smith. I just have a feeling, guys, that these high-stakes drafters are going to be really pushing these wide receivers up in this round. So I think maybe y'all were right in the chat to go ahead and go Josh Jacobs. I will be completely honest. I have drafted a crap ton of 6th-round Josh Jacobs. Now that he goes in the 7th round, it definitely hurts my soul. And trust me, it probably is going to end up hurting my bank account considering how much 6th-round Josh Jacobs I've drafted. Maybe we still need to go ahead and take our guy Josh Jacobs here in the 7th. I don't know. I don't know. Just, it gets a little nerve-wracking when you've already drafted so much of him. I've had almost 20% of our drafts Josh Jacobs. Thomas says, Jacobs to have the stack with Waller and Carr. I think y'all are right. I think y'all are right. We should have gone ahead. We should have taken Josh Jacobs. I was just worried that we were going to have these drafters pushing up these wide receivers and that we were going to get running back value on the way back around at the 8-9 turn. And we wanted to go ahead and we wanted to take advantage of the running back value rather than the wide receivers later on. But now that I think through this, hell, we have Patrick Mahomes. What we're hoping for is we're hoping we get Sky Moore. We're hoping we get Marquez Valdez-Scantling on the way back around. So I think y'all were right. I think I was wrong. I think I made a mistake. I think we should have gone Josh Jacobs at pick 75. Okay. Shark Boy says, I'm getting Josh Jacobs in the 4th. What the heck? Yeah, if y'all don't know, you are going to get some crazy running back values on Underdog. Like on Underdog, because you have to start 3 wide receivers, these wide receivers are going to be skyrocketing up draft boards where those running backs, like you'll get a Clyde Edwards-Helaire every single draft in the 8th round. Like you will get unbelievable value at the running back position. So Chris Olave goes pick 83. So good for us. It's honestly a pretty good thing for us to see these wide receivers off the board. If we were to have an elite level quarterback make it back to us on the way back around, like if we get a Dak Prescott, if we end up getting a Tom Brady, we probably end up going with said quarterback. But there will be a couple different plays. There's one player in particular that I really want. One player in particular that I do really want. Golf for Life decides to go Tom Brady here. Let me see if I can see Golf for Life's message in the chat. See if they gave us their opinion on Montgomery versus Akers. Because they decided to take Montgomery. He says, I like the volume and the touchdown upside with David Montgomery. Akers is a smaller back and more carries a split with Darrell Henderson. Are you sure about Akers being a smaller back? I remember Akers having great size coming out of Florida State. Let me just go through and confirm this because I know you are probably a lot smarter than I am, so I don't want to embarrass myself here. Cam Akers, 217 pounds, BMI of 31.1. Montgomery, 222 pounds, BMI of 31.9. So they're about the same size. Now, Derek takes our guy. He goes Clyde Edwards-Helaire, snipes us. Sky Moore, pick 90. Oh, no. Don't do this to us. Please don't do this to us. Oh, this is going to be tough, ladies and gentlemen. There are 4 names that we want. 4 names that we want. A 5th guy that's a tier down. Miles Sanders was one of those names that we wanted, but it was unrealistic to assume that we had Miles Sanders making it back to us in 94. Matthew Stafford goes 92. Good. That's going to push down a name that we actually wanted. That is very good for us there. Okay. RCB on the clock. This is the team that honestly has crushed it so far. Outside of the Bateman pick, which I really don't like, I think they've crushed every single round. Getting Jacobs in the 6th. Getting Hurts in the 6th. Jacobs in the 7th is fantastic. So we're going to go ahead. We are going to make the no-brainer selection here. We are going to get Marquez Valdez-Scantling. We need the pick in a best ball format, especially when we go Patrick Mahomes. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is the no-brainer selection. Kareem Hunt was going to be the guy that we wanted to make it back to us at pick 99. Robert Woods goes 97. Okay, there are 2 running backs we're looking at this point. 2 running backs, potentially a receiver. One of those running backs is off the board. I don't want either of the New England backs. You tell me who you prefer here. So far, this is going to be our roster. Our options are James Cook or Tyler Lockett. We have Christian McCaffrey, Leonard Fournette at running back. Tight end, we have Darren Waller. Quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. Wide receiver, Tyreek Hill, Amari. Okay, crap. We got 7 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. We're going to go Lockett. I'm sorry, guys. I need to fix the lag on this chat. Looks like maybe it was split 50-50. Maybe it was 60-40 in favor of Cook. I need to fix the lag on the chat because I'm having to make these picks and then read the chat and read your opinion after. I know a lot of people are saying Ramondre Stevenson. I'm not a massive fan of taking either of these New England running backs because I think the possibility that you have the New England Patriots as a top 5 scoring offense in the NFL combined with the possibility that you have either one of those running backs just presumably going and getting every single touch out of the backfield, I think it's slim. I don't think it's likely for either situation. Now we have Chase Claypool, 101. Derek Carr off the board here, 102. Interesting to see these quarterbacks sliding up. Guys like Stafford and Derek Carr in this draft. A lot earlier than where they usually go. I don't even understand why this team's taking Derek Carr. Is this the team that took Mixon in the first? No, they go Eckler in the first. The team that took Mixon in this with pick 7, it looked like they were maybe going to go a little bit crazy after that Breece Hall selection at 31. But since then, Deontay Johnson in the 4th. I mean, maybe I'm just a big Deontay Johnson guy, but I like the value. Darnell Mooney in the 5th seems like a standard pick. Joe Burrow pick 66. I don't agree with. I mean, you didn't take Chase in the 1st. You didn't take Higgins in the 2nd. I think that really, there's no reason to take Burrow in the 6th. If that case, I think you wait until you get Burrow in the 7th. But regardless, Hunter Renfrow 79. They snipe us on Sky Moore at 90. Ramondre Stevenson 103. Fine value with Ramondre Stevenson. Okay. Now let's move this down real quick. Zach Ertz off the board. Devin Singletary as well. Let's check out what Derek's done so far. I really like Derek's pick there with James Cook. I like his last 3 rounds. I think, honestly, maybe given the context of this draft where you have that one team going bully tight end, maybe I go Hawkinson over Pollard, but regardless, I love the CEH and James Cook selections. If we're looking at Derek's draft, it goes Stephon Diggs, Josh Allen, Gabriel Davis for the double stack. Still ends up getting James Cook at pick 104. Derek, if you knew that you were going to end up getting James Cook at 104, would you still have taken Gabriel Davis at 41? I am interested in that because I understand the thought process, getting that double stack. But if you knew that you were going to easily get a secondary piece, a secondary pass catcher for Josh Allen as late as you got James Cook, would you still go Gabriel Davis there? Okay, let's scroll this down. You have Julio Jones, Tyler Boyd off the board here at the beginning of the 10th. I don't even know what we're hoping for on the way back around. Let's look at best players available. You have some running backs. You have a quarterback with Rodgers. Melvin Gordon off the board here at 111. I'm assuming, actually, no, Derek already has 4 running backs. I don't know if you would have taken Melgo. Derek says, yeah, I've changed my mind on Davis. I think it's worth taking him there. Okay. Self-Made Fantasy says, a buzz within the last hour is Damien Harris is getting dealt. Does this mean Ramondre Stevenson to the moon? Okay, I will say, if Damien Harris does indeed get traded from the New England Patriots, all of a sudden, yes, Ramondre Stevenson goes to the freaking moon. And at the same time, I don't think it's that unlikely. Y'all know usually when y'all bring up trade rumors, I'm the wet blanket. I'm the guy coming out saying, you know what? It's probably not likely that player X is actually going to get traded. But it would make sense, given the amount of running backs that New England brought in this offseason, combined with the fact that Damien Harris is on the last year of his rookie contract, it would make some sense for Damien Harris to be dealt. Now, the question is, what the hell would an NFL team give for Damien Harris? I don't know the exact answer to that question, but now Tater Salad goes Nicole Hardman, pick 116. Thank God we got Marquez Valdes-Scantling earlier, or I would be fuming. Still kind of wanted Nicole Hardman at the beginning of the 11th round, but I'm not going to be losing my mind at this point. This team has gone very wide receiver heavy through the beginning of the draft. They have 2 tight ends here with Mark Andrews and Dallas Goddard. I think they can almost go whatever direction they want. They went wide receiver heavy early on. They only have 2 running backs. They only have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. They go Dameon Pierce. I'm going to be very excited about that. We wanted Rodgers as our second quarterback here to pair up with Patrick Mahomes. We get Aaron Rodgers. I think we're going to have a ton of intriguing targets a little bit later on. We can get Christian Watson in round 12. We could get Sammy Watkins at the very end of the draft. We could get Robert Tonyan as our second tight end to pair up with Darren Waller. I know everybody in the chat's going to say, oh, you can get Romeo Doubs. I don't really care about that, but I think that's still, you have a very compelling argument to take the back-to-back MVP. I understand he doesn't have rushing upside, but still, we are getting Aaron Rodgers at pick 118. We're getting Aaron Rodgers 16 selections behind Derek Carr. We are getting Aaron Rodgers approximately, 26 selections behind Matthew Stafford. So you have Cousins off the board. That's good for us. We were not going to be looking at another quarterback here. At this point, do we indeed just take Isaiah Spiller, or do we decide to go with another wide receiver? Let's look at what we'll have on the way back arounds. The way back around, we could be looking at Michael Carter, a James Robinson at running back. We could be looking at George Pickens, Robbie Anderson at wide receiver. Robbie Anderson and Devontae Parker are going to be very comparable for me. We'll just go ahead. We'll take Isaiah Spiller. I think it's marginal. I don't necessarily think that Isaiah Spiller is the best selection in the world here. What I will say is Isaiah Spiller going to an elite level offense. Isaiah Spiller should have a role on a week-to-week basis. The only season that you've had Austin Eckler ever in his entire NFL career seeing more than 50% of the carries on a per-game basis for the Los Angeles Chargers was this past season. I think that the ideal Los Angeles Chargers deployment of Austin Eckler still gives him all the high value touches in the offense, still gives him every single target out of the backfield, still gives them every single touch in the red zone. But Isaiah Spiller should have a role in this offense right away. And of course, the big reason you're drafting Isaiah Spiller is if you were to see an injury to Austin Eckler in this backfield, all of a sudden Isaiah Spiller becomes that much more valuable. Okay. Figurine Champ says, Mason with the State Farm quarterbacks. I love it. Okay, I'll say, I do not love the fact that we have the State Farm QBs here. Like, if I was ever going to go out and pick an insurance company, why would you ever pick State Farm? Just knowing that they've probably spent billions and billions of dollars on advertising. Like, how the hell are they giving you good service with how much money they spend on advertising? Why do I have to watch a State Farm commercial every 5 seconds when there's a football game on? It's the most ridiculous thing ever. Now, Alexander Madison goes 131. Really like the Alexander Madison selection. That goes to the team that had Dalvin Cook as well. Can't complain at all with Madison. If you're going to be looking at a standard fantasy football league that's not going to be best ball, I actually prefer Madison because it doesn't matter that he won't have a role on a week-to-week basis. Now we have Christian Watson going pick 133. So that does suck for us. I mean, there have been a lot of drafts where you're able to get Christian Watson at the 12-13 turn. And of course, I've been taking advantage of that, especially on Aaron Rodgers builds. But at the end of the day, when you take Rodgers here, a main reason that we do so is we're still going to be able to be fine with some of these other stacking options in Green Bay later on. We can still get a Robert Tonyan. We can still get a Sammy Watkins. So hopefully we have someone like Tua Tagovailoa off the board soon. Trevor Lawrence just went off pick 136. If Lawrence is going off pick 136 here, I think that we actually may have some of these quarterbacks sliding up because there are a lot of teams that are picking here at the end of the 12th that only have one quarterback. So it'd be obviously very good for us if Lawrence goes. Derek says, sad I'm about to pass on Kenneth Gainwell. Who did Derek take? He took Jarvis. I'm assuming you're going to go for Winston later on. Yeah, you have Pollard. I mean, you have Kamara, Michael Thomas, and Jarvis Landry. Interesting that you take Jarvis. I feel like you can get away with not taking Jarvis if you wanted Gainwell. Now, Frymuth goes 138. Pat Frymuth is someone that I take non-stop here at the end of the 12th round because this is when this entire tier of tight ends go off the board. I usually don't take a tight end earlier like Dawson Knox. I just wait until the end of this tier. But it's probably a good thing for us to get Frymuth off the board because now we're not going to be tempted to go ahead and take a Pat Frymuth and not be able to get Robert Tonyan later on like we probably need to. So this team on the clock, they go Gainwell. So that's going to mean we're going to get Jacoby Myers here, pick 142. I mean, with Myers, I'm completely fine with this selection. If you're looking at the target share that this wide receiver's had in New England over the past 2 seasons, it's been elite. He has been the alpha wide receiver 1. Now, at the same time, with Jacoby Myers, clearly the issue is this is a wide receiver that is not going to be scoring touchdowns a ton. This is a wide receiver that you could project to have one of the lowest touchdown rates in the entire NFL. But still, at this price point, that's going to be baked in. I'm going to be completely fine with this price. Now we have KJ Osborne going 143. Osborne wouldn't have been a wide receiver I would have been excited about. Michael Carter off the board, 144. I have noticed that Tyler Algier, as of late, has been falling down his ADP quite a lot, to be completely honest. Ronald Jones has also been plummeting down ADP. I'm not interested in DJ Chark here. If I was going to take a wide receiver, I would reach on someone a considerable amount, to be honest. Gerald Everett off the board. Do y'all want to see a Tyler Algier selection, or do you want us to reach on a wide receiver that we could potentially get on the way back around in the 14th round? Is there something poor going on with Algier here? I know a lot of people want George Pickens. I've already drafted George Pickens in a ton of these. We used to get Pickens in like the 16th, 17th round. I don't feel the need to take him here. Okay. We have a couple people telling us to take Tyler Algier, a couple people telling us to take George Pickens. Like I said, we were never going to be taking George Pickens at the wide receiver position. We already got all our George Pickens shares in at a much cheaper cost. So if y'all wanted to see maybe a different wide receiver in that range, we could have gone with them. But we are going to take Tyler Algier here at pick 147. See how long it takes for George Pickens to go off draft boards. And it is funny that now literally Isaiah McKenzie and Jamison Crowder have just swapped completely where they go in these drafts. Derek ends up taking the Jameis Winston selection at pick 152 there to pair up with Jarvis Landry, Alvin Kamara, as well as Michael Thomas. Jonas says, dumb question, but why is Devontae Parker going before Jacoby Myers? I'm going to assume people think that there's more touchdown upside with Devontae Parker based on what you've seen with Jacoby Myers over the past few seasons. At least that's what I assume. I could be wrong. And real quick, I'm going to assume that one or two of y'all have been living under a rock and have not signed up for Underdog Fantasy. And I saw that we hit 300 likes on the live stream. So we are going to get another draft after this one. The next draft, not going to be a $250 draft. It will be a $5 draft. So if you want to join our next draft, make sure you go to the link in the description, the link in the live chat, sign up for Underdog Fantasy, use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to 100. You'll get our 2022 rankings, our 2022 fantasy football draft guide, and you'll be able to have some fun with us in these drafts. But let's go check out Golf for Life's draft, who is in this live chat with us right now. Look at how nasty this team he made was. Dalvin Cook, James Conner, David Montgomery, Cam Akers at the running back position. At wide receiver, Devontae Adams, Jalen Waddle, Chris Olave, Russell Gage 107 to stack up with his Tom Brady selection at 86. Tyler Boyd at 110. Alexander Madison 131, Devontae Parker 134, and Tua Tagovailoa falls about 20 picks past his ADP here. So Tua ends up making it back to the team that took Jalen Waddle with Golf for Life, and he still ends up getting Mike Gesicki for the double stack with those guys. Oh, I am extremely jealous of your draft, my friend. I am so jealous of your draft. And I know a lot of people wanted us to go George Pickens. George Pickens ended up falling here to pick 159 to the team that decided to take the combination of both Kelsey and Kyle Pitts on the same roster. Oh, I am jealous of what Golf for Life has been able to do. Okay, let's pull this back around. Jameson Williams goes to pick 163. That would have been the wide receiver we probably would have reached on in the last round. I thought there was a chance we got him in the 14th. That's why we decided to go with Tyler Algier instead. Tyler Higbee goes pick 164. At this point, we said what we were going to do. I think we just have to go ahead and do it. We are going to draft Robert Tonyan unless, do y'all think we should take Ronald Jones here and roll the dice that Robert Tonyan makes it back to us on the way back around? If we're looking at the teams picking between us, they all have one tight end. This team's tight end is Gerald Everett. This team's tight end is Dalton Schultz. So maybe you think Ronald Jones is the best player available, but because we took Rodgers and we need another tight end. Okay, it looks like a lot of people are saying Rojo. Okay, looks like a lot of people are saying Rojo. We also have Mahomes, so maybe you could make the argument that we have some correlation here. Let's take Ronald Jones and let's really hope. Oh, no. 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 Oh, that is tough, guys. Robert Tonyan goes directly after the pick of Ronald Jones at 166. Our plan was Robert Tonyan at the end of the 14th. We should have just done it. We should have just pulled the trigger. We shouldn't have tried to get cute with it. And this team here at the turn decides to start it off with Zach Wilson. Hopefully they give us David Njoku on the way back around. Okay. Give me Njoku on the way back around. Gosh, dang. Crowder goes 169. This team here has Gerald Everett and Robert Tonyan at tight end. So honestly, if I'm going to be completely honest, if I were them, I'd probably just go ahead. I'd probably just take another tight end here. But they decide not to. They show us mercy. We get David Njoku, pick 171. With Njoku versus Tonyan, they're definitely in the same tier. The only reason I really wanted Robert Tonyan was because we had that Aaron Rodgers selection, so we could get that correlation in there with that Green Bay Packers offense. But regardless, if we're going to go through, if we're going to look at this team, so far at running back, we have Christian McCaffrey, Leonard Fournette, Isaiah Spiller, Tyler Algier, and Ronald Jones. So we have the elite level running back production at the very top. Not much depth behind it. At wide receiver, we have Tyreek Hill, Amari Cooper, Devonta Smith, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, Tyler Lockett, and Jacoby Myers. We have the elite level quarterbacks with Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers. We have an elite level tight end with Darren Waller, but then our second tight end is Njoku. I love this team through the beginning portion of the draft, but I think we messed it up. This team could have been better. This team could have been better. Okay, so after we take Njoku, I don't even exactly know what we're hoping for at this point. Maybe that team's decided to just continue to go through and slam quarterbacks and allow other value to fall to us. But let's make our next two selections in the 16th, 17th round. Then we'll go ahead. We'll queue up our 18th round pick, and then we'll slide into our next draft. Of course, thank you all so much for going down there, dropping a like on the live stream. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Y'all have been supporting the hell out of these videos. And whenever I initially said if we hit 90,000 subscribers before this season starts, we'll get that 24-hour live stream going, I thought it wasn't going to happen, but we have grown a ton over the past couple of days, where it looks like if y'all continue to drop likes and show that support like y'all been doing, we may end up actually hitting 90,000 subs. Now, Austin Hooper goes off the board to pick 180 here. I think if we were to get another tight end that we really like at the end of the draft, maybe we end up taking a third tight end, but it is going to be dependent on exactly who that guy is. Jared Goff goes 181. We're not taking another quarterback once we have the combination of Patrick Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers. C. Widener says, how come Ronald Jones is dropping so much? I think it's because so many people are hyped on... so many people are hyped on the 7th round rookie running back out of Rutgers for the Kansas City Chiefs that they think he's going to be playing over Rojo. Now, personally don't necessarily agree with it, but it is what it is. Derek decides to go Taysom Hill here, pick 185. Yeah, a lot of people think Rojo's the running back 3 in Kansas City right now. Blind Luck Poker says, are you going to get a puppy draft going after this? Yes, we were just going to get a puppy draft going after this, so y'all can join with us. So let's sit here and think. Do we want a 6th running back? Probably not in reality. Trying to think, ladies and gentlemen. I know y'all are going to hate me. I have to do it. I have to do it. This entire league is about weeks 15, 16, 17. 4 out of the 12 teams advanced to the tournament in weeks 15, 16, 17. 4 out of the 12 teams advance here. We just have to be one of those top 4 teams in this regular season. And then we need to have the highest ceiling possible in weeks 15, 16, 17. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Deshaun Watson. I know everybody's going to hate it. But in reality, who has the highest ceiling? Who is more likely to win us $100,000 in weeks 15, 16, and 17? Marlon Mack, Mo Alley Cox, or Deshaun Watson? It's probably Deshaun Watson if you think about it through that context. Okay. So after this, how strong are we at receiver? We need another wide receiver. We have Myers. Maybe we just get some correlation in here with Kendrick Bourne. Don't love it, but let's slide into our next draft. Let's go to our next one right away. This is going to be the puppy draft here on Underdog. And it looks like, oh my gosh, this entire league is open. There were 10 spots open when we joined this, so it's going to be exclusively members of the flock. This is going to be a very tough draft, but we'll figure it out. We're picking out 105. At least we get a pretty good draft pick where we can make some plays. The 105 is one of my favorite spots to pick from this upcoming season because you are going to get one of those elite level wide receivers. We don't necessarily know if it's going to be Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, Jamar Chase. Probably going to be Kupp or Jamar Chase with Justin Jefferson almost being locked in to pick 3 now. And yeah, if we go through and we look through this draft, we got fully loaded. We have OBS Destroyers, in Blazer, all a part of the flock for damn sure. Shark Boy says that he's in this draft. He tells us that we're not winning this one. I'm assuming that means he's in here. Joe says, let's go pick 7. So Joe's going to be in there at pick 7. But let me know in the live chat right now, if you made it in this draft, if you are drafting with us, please let me know in the chat where you are picking from. Okay. So team 1 on the clock. They go Jonathan Taylor. Okay, so we end up getting Cooper Kupp. That's very... I guess Kupp has an ADP of 4 now. And Cooper Kupp's ADP is just continuing to fall. Now, Stephon Diggs goes 6. I'm going to be very happy to go through and to just get Cooper Kupp here at 5, to take advantage of the discount that we are getting regarding that Matthew Stafford elbow injury. I think it's almost a no-brainer at this point. Okay, I'm on Twitter right now seeing if Ronald Jones is actually, there's any report regarding Rojo getting cut. Yeah, I don't see anything. Obviously, there's a lot of hype for the rookie running back. How do people think Isaiah Pacheco is this good? Isaiah Pacheco, literally 4.1 college yards per carry. 4.1. 7th round NFL draft pick. This is going to be the starting running back for the Kansas City Chiefs. Really? That's what it's going to be? That's tough. That's tough. Okay, but anyway, going back to this draft, if we're looking at anything that is wild here, honestly, so far it seems to be a cookie cutter draft. Maybe Debo Samuel going at 15 is a little bit rich. Usually you don't get Debo at 15. You have Bluff City deciding to go ahead and deciding to take Mark Andrews there to get that. Ooh, real quick. We are on the clock in that 18th round of the $250 draft. Let me make sure that we're not auto drafting Davis Mills here. That would be horrible. Okay, thank God we're going to get David Bell. Okay. David Bell actually falling to us there in the last round. I think that may have saved our draft. Getting the double stack there with Deshaun Watson, David Bell, and David Njoku. Okay, and we had Amari Cooper in that draft. That $250 draft, I actually did not like it as we were drafting it. But now looking back on that team, if that team could stay afloat during the regular season and get to weeks 15, 16, and 17, I think we have a lot of upside. And this roster here, going with the combination of Cooper Kupp and Aaron Jones through the first 2 rounds, they're both 2017 draft class players. They're both pretty damn old, but at the end of the day, hell, we know that they can be elite level players at their position, especially if we look at the receiving production that Aaron Jones manages to have in games where Devontae Adams misses. Oh, dear God, I'm going to be excited about this. Now we have Tyreek Hill going pick 23. Leonard Fournette goes 24. No major surprises here. Honestly, I'm not even dying to have one of these running backs making it back around to us at pick 29, given the fact that we already got Aaron Jones. We already have our running back value. So now we have T. Higgins going 25. Insane as Epic says, I like the pivot to the Browns stack in that draft. Too bad Rodgers won't really help. Yeah, if I knew we were going to get Watson at that value, I definitely wouldn't have taken Rodgers. I would have taken a quarterback in probably round 17 instead. But Rodgers does have a bye week of 14. So maybe if Deshaun Watson ends up getting suspended for the first 6, maybe even 12 weeks, and all of a sudden we can sneak that Deshaun Watson team through because of Aaron Rodgers, maybe it will end up helping. But Nick Chubb ends up going here, pick 26. So there are 2 wide receivers I'd be fine with. If not, we're going to reach on someone. A.J. Brown goes. That's one of the wide receivers we'd want. Michael Pittman off the board as well. You know what? I'm still going to reach on someone. We're going to reach on Kyle Pitts. I love me some Kyle Pitts. And at the same time, in this draft, you have had that team decide to go Travis Kelce and Mark Andrews through the first 2 rounds. We don't know if they're going to continue to be a crazy drafter and maybe take like a Darren Waller or George Kittle also in this draft. So I think we get a unique combo of players. Not many teams that all are going to have Cooper Kupp, Aaron Jones, and Kyle Pitts. And at the same time, we battle back against the team going with the bully tight end strategy with the combination of Travis Kelce and Mark Andrews. So I think that's going to be a no-brainer. Now, Keenan Allen going to 32. If we were not taking Kyle Pitts, Keenan Allen would have been the wide receiver we grabbed. Keenan Allen would have been the receiver we went for. But real quick, we're about to pass 1,000 people watching this live stream. If y'all have not done so already, please go down there, guys. Drop a like on this video. Subscribe to the channel. We do real money fantasy football drafts every single night. We are streaming for 3+ hours for y'all. So of course, make sure you drop that like. And also, if you want to draft with us, we draft on Underdog every single day. Go to the link in the live stream. Go to the link in the description, live chat, comment section. Sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar to 100. You'll get our 2022 rankings. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide. Most importantly, you'll be able to get in some of these drafts, have some fun with us. But Travis Etienne goes pick 35 here at the end of the 3rd round. This is where Etienne usually goes. I expected him to fall more. If I'm going to be completely honest, I expected people to overreact to the James Robinson news and to potentially push down Travis Etienne a little bit further than maybe he even belonged to. I definitely think that we should be reacting somewhat to the James Robinson news. I don't know exactly how far Etienne should get pushed down, but it does seem kind of reckless to just continue to draft Travis Etienne exactly where he was going. Okay, so we have a lot of people asking about the Melvin Gordon injury. Let me look up the updates that we have with the Melvin Gordon injury. Okay, let's read this. Melvin Gordon out of practice with a foot injury. Broncos running back Melvin Gordon didn't practice on Wednesday, and it remains unclear when he might return back to action. Okay, it said they're managing it so he can be healthy for the start of the season. Definitely something that we need to continue to go through and monitor, but hell, if he's going to be good to go for the start of the season, I don't think we need to be overreacting to the injury. Now, at this point, let's go ahead. Let's queue up 2 players I'd be looking at. Not a massive fan of Gabriel Davis. I'll be completely fine to see Gabriel Davis here potentially go to the team that decided to take Josh Allen, but no, they decide to pass on Davis in favor of Jerry Jeudy. So we're going to end up getting Breece Hall here as our running back 2 to pair alongside Aaron Jones. I don't like the Jets. I really don't like the Jets, but I really do like Breece Hall. And I think if you're looking at a wide receiver is going to have a harder time overcoming the lack of offensive efficiency with very bad quarterback play, where running backs, they can overcome it just with pure volume. Like if we're going back to what we saw with James Robinson his rookie season, obviously the Jacksonville Jaguars were one of the worst teams in the NFL. They were actually the worst team in the NFL. They ended up getting the first overall pick to go ahead and to take Trevor Lawrence. But at the same time, hell, James Robinson was still an elite level running back just because he got every single touch out of that backfield. Now, George Kittle goes 46. Interesting to see Kittle go before Darren Waller. Really interesting. People saying Allen Robinson moving up in drafts. Yeah, Allen Robinson now only goes at like the 3-4 turn. Like Allen Robinson here going at 41. If anything, this is a little bit late for Allen Robinson. Usually you see Allen Robinson late 3rd, beginning of the 4th. But it's kind of funny because people are moving Allen Robinson up to being a late 3rd, early 4th round pick. And at the same time, moving Cooper Kupp, at least in this draft, down to being the wide receiver 5 given the Matthew Stafford injury. So it kind of seems like you got to go ahead. You got to pick your lane. Like if you think that Matthew Stafford's elbow is going to be fine and you think you can move Allen Robinson up to being a pick inside the top 40, probably still should be drafting Cooper Kupp at wide receiver 1. Andrew says he just got Austin Eckler at the 110. Oh, I'm jealous of you, my man. I don't think I've ever seen Eckler fall that far in an underdog draft. Now, Lamar goes. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Cam Akers. I mean, if we're looking at another running back in this range, the other running back that I would have been intrigued with would be a Mr. J.K. Dobbins. But at the same time, if we took Cooper Kupp in the first, I think that taking Cam Akers in the 5th is going to make a concentrated bet on this Los Angeles Rams offense where people are overreacting to this Matthew Stafford injury and everything ends up being fine. All of a sudden, we may have a massive value with the combination of Cooper Kupp and Cam Akers. So I'm definitely going to also be targeting Matthew Stafford a little bit later on. We'll see exactly what round that is. We'll probably try to get him one round too late. See if he falls like we've had with the combo of Kupp and Akers. Now, after we take Cam Akers, Brandon Cooks, DK Metcalf both go off the board. I've been drafting some late 5th round DK Metcalf when he falls there. And A.J. Dillon goes pick 56. This is back-to-back drafts where we've had A.J. Dillon going extremely high. Can someone please in the live chat let me know, has there been news on either Aaron Jones or A.J. Dillon for this to make sense? Please, guys. Let me know. Am I missing something? Because in the other draft, you had A.J. Dillon going before Cam Akers. I think you had A.J. Dillon going before Dobbins as well in the other draft. Hollywood says A.J. Dillon had more carries than Aaron Jones last year. That's probably why. Oh, my friend. Oh, my friend. If we're looking at counting stats, maybe that is true. But if we're also looking at counting stats, we can say, oh, well, Aaron Jones, let me pull this up for you, played a total of 15 games. And in those 15 games, Aaron Jones had 223 touches. A.J. Dillon played 17 games. And in those 17 games, he had 221 touches. And if we're looking at fantasy points, Aaron Jones ran laps around A.J. Dillon when it came to fantasy points. So I'm still going to be fading 5th round A.J. Dillon and be happy to take late 2nd round Aaron Jones. Jalen Hurts goes pick 66. Okay, I think we want to grab a wide receiver here. There's a wide receiver that I actually really do want. Elijah Mitchell off the board. I feel like we have to take Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown falls 8 picks past his ADP for us here. I think there's a small chance the other wide receiver we want does make it back around to us. Actually, he goes right after. Drake London goes at pick 69. London is one of my most drafted wide receivers. We made that video about a week ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago at this point, with my top 10 most drafted wide receivers on Underdog. And Drake London was on that list. We were taking a crap ton of Drake London at the beginning of the 7th round. We even have some drafts where we were able to get Drake London at the end of the 7th round. Looks like that's not going to be something we can do anymore. Would have been a very compelling case to take Drake London and Kyle Pitts on the same roster. Maybe grab Marcus Mariota in the last round, and if Mariota can support both weapons and at the same time have some rushing upside, maybe it would have been a very strong selection. I'm unsure. But Jacobs goes pick 70. Joe Burrow's 73. Burrow wouldn't have been a quarterback we were that excited about. Usually Burrow goes in this range because of either the Jamar Chase or T. Higgins team. So there are 3 wide receivers that I'd like here. Where did we have Lazard? Where did Lazard go off the board? Alan Lazard picked 65. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Alan Lazard picked 65. Yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to make the easy selection of DeAndre Hopkins. I understand from a regular 12-team perspective, if you're just in a casual redraft league, you probably don't love taking Hopkins here because you're going to have to burn that roster spot on DeAndre Hopkins for the first 6 weeks. However, when we are highly incentivized to prioritize week 15, 16, and 17 value, that's going to be the exact kind of format where I want to go out of my way and I want to load up on as much DeAndre Hopkins as I possibly can. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Hopkins here, pick 77. Braden says, yeah, the only reason I took Burrows is because I had T. Higgins. Yeah, I mean, that's why Burrow has an ADP here. I mean, I'm completely fine taking 7th round Joe Burrow as well when I go either T. Higgins at the beginning of the 3rd or I went 1st round Jamar Chase. Just like we're not that excited about going 7th round Burrow if we don't have one of those guys. Now, I'll still take Burrow if I don't have those guys, but that's whenever Joe Burrow falls to us at the end of round 7, the beginning of round 8. Okay. So now we have Devonta Smith going at 79, a wide receiver that I am going to be drafting a ton of. Kadarius Toney goes at pick 81. Chase says, where's Kareem Hunt? Kareem Hunt usually goes at the, I believe, 8-9 turn in these underdog drafts. And real quick, guys, we are about to pass 600 likes in the live stream, so it looks like we are going to get another draft going after this one. Thank you. And of course, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like in the stream. Christian Kirk goes 83. Probably a pretty good thing for us to get these wide receivers off the board if we're looking at some of the running back values or the elite level quarterbacks we want to come back around to us at the beginning of, at the end of the 8th round. There are 2 quarterbacks that I'm thinking of that I would be really fine with. And of course, we also need to be looking at Matthew Stafford in the 9th. So Dak Prescott goes pick 86. That was going to be one of the quarterbacks that we were talking about. I think there are a lot of compelling values still at this point, though. Derek says, Mason, this draft is fire. Just got back and saw the board. Thank you, my man. I wish this was our $250 draft, even though at first I hated the $250 draft when we logged out, but then checking on it again, I think it was fine. I think it was fine at the end of the day. Pollard goes pick 89. We would have taken Tony Pollard if he fell to us at 92. Y'all know who I really want here. There's one name that stands out, and he is, in my opinion, by far and away the best value on the board. Okay. This team taking it down to the very last second. They go Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He was really the running back that we wanted. How worried are y'all with Raheem Mostert being listed as a co-starter with Chase Edmonds on the depth chart? Personally, I'm still going to be looking at Edmonds here. I'm not interested in Rashad Penny. I think it's either Sky Moore, Marcus Valdez-Scantling, Chase Edmonds, or Kareem Hunt. I think Hunt is going to be in play. Edmonds off the board. Sit here and think about this for a second. We have a vote for Penny in the live chat. I'm not taking Rashad Penny, guys. I'm not taking Penny. This is how I'm going to have it right now. I think we're going to go Hunt. I really like the upside of Hunt, especially if he goes to a situation where he's not having to split the backfield with Nick Chubb. But hell, y'all know that I have found myself, if it was a regular fantasy football league, I wouldn't be doing this as often. But in these tournament drafts on Underdog, I have found myself drafting a ton of Watson just for the ceiling that we may have in weeks 15, 16, 17. So if we want to potentially have that option in this draft, I think that we do need to go ahead. We do need to take one of these Browns early. So let's take Hunt, have the upside if Watson ends up playing at the end of the season, have the upside if Nick Chubb were to go down to injury, or have the upside if he gets traded. Now, Derek Carr, Aaron Rodgers go pick 94 and 97. So it looks like we are going to be locked in to a Matthew Stafford selection at 101. I think Matthew Stafford's going to be the clear play. We have Cooper Kupp. We have Cam Akers. We were talking about getting this double stack the second that we decided to take Cam Akers in the 5th. Okay. Let's see. The Autumn Heat decides to go Tyler Lockett, pick 98. Stonebuck on the clock. They have Rodgers at quarterback. Interesting for them to go with Aaron Rodgers so early. We decided to take Rodgers in the last draft. We didn't take him in round 8. Let me see. I think we took Aaron Rodgers in round 9 in that other draft. But let me just go through and double check to make sure I'm remembering that correctly. Yeah, so Damian Harris off the board here. Oh, Matthew Stafford went 99. Are you freaking kidding me? What the hell? God, that is annoying. That is so annoying. Let's just go ahead. Let's grab Robert Woods. I know some people may want Rashad Penny, but I don't want to grab our 5th running back this early, and especially if that 5th running back is going to be Penny. Let's go ahead. Let's take Robert Woods here. That is so damn annoying. Why is that team taking Rodgers and Stafford on the turn? And we got Rodgers at 118. They're taking Rodgers at 94, and then they're taking Stafford at 99 with not a single Los Angeles Rams player available to them. Oh, that is brutal. M Cup says, when is the Dynasty video with the trades going live, if you know? Probably going to record that tomorrow, and it's probably going to go live on Monday. Yeah, I think we're going to have Dynasty videos every Monday and Thursday from now on. That should be the plan. Hopefully we're able to stick to it. I think that's going to be the plan, though. Gosh, that's so... How are you doing that to us? Taking Stafford at 99 for no apparent reason. April says, hey, Mason, finally made it into a draft with you. Super happy to hear that, April. Please let me know what pick you're at right now. I don't think I see your name. If you are the team that took Stafford from us, ooh, I'm going to be heated. I'm going to be heated. Loner says, what draft are you doing next? What draft would y'all want to see next? Would y'all want to see a $5 draft or a $250 draft next? What would y'all want? Julio Jones goes 111. Sean says, at this rate, Tolbert's going to be a 5th round pick by the time the season starts. Did Tolbert already go in this draft? Jalen Tolbert at the 908. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is tough. Oh, that is tough. Okay, so we have a lot of people saying $250, a lot of people saying $5. Okay. How about this? Once we get to the end of this draft, I'll ask y'all again and we'll reassess the situation. We'll ask again and reassess. Anthony says, Best Ball Mania. I've already maxed out Best Ball Mania. We can't do it anymore. Okay, so Russell Gage did hurt his hamstring. I think Gage is going to be fine, however, and I think that we just want to go ahead. We want to take the discount. I like taking Russell Gage on this build in particular because if we're going to be looking at this team, we need to try to find a way to get that production at the very beginning of the season. Whenever we're going to be waiting for DeAndre Hopkins to come back around, we need to be able to find a way to sneak DeAndre Hopkins through to the week 15, 16, 17 playoff. So let's take Gage here, 116. I don't love it, but I think we want to grab another wide receiver. I would have preferred Cordell Patterson, but Patterson doesn't make it back. Okay. So Dillon says, in a 10-team PPR format, do you go with 2 running backs first or 1 and Kelsey? 10-team league, if you can only start 2 running backs in 1 flex spot, there the elite level tight ends are going to give you a significant edge. So I'd probably go 1 running back and Kelsey. I'm sorry, the elite level tight ends. Yeah, I don't know what I said. Okay, so Dameon Pierce goes 119. Kenny Golladay, 120. Not going to be interested in Cousins here. We don't have either Thielen or Jefferson. It's not good enough value on Cousins for me to be able to just go ahead and take him without one of those top players. So let's see. Amari says, I got Chase at the 206 in a draft. Okay, clearly that's not an underdog draft. Underdog's going to be a little bit too tough to get Jamar Chase there at the 206. Isaiah Spiller goes 121. But congrats on getting Jamar Chase at the 206. That is crazy. Daniel says, Dameon Pierce before Marlon Mack. WTF. Yeah, man. You've had Dameon Pierce going before Marlon Mack all offseason. Dameon Pierce is most likely going to be the starting running back there. Let's think. Who do we want? Who do we want? Who do we want? We're going to reach on Alexander Madison. Clearly, it's a reach. Clearly, it is. But at the end of the day, I do think that Alexander Madison does have league-winning potential. I probably want to get more Alexander Madison in my life. I'm fine taking Nicole Hardman here when we take Patrick Mahomes in the 5th round. Like, trust me. Trust me. I have a lot of 5th round Patrick Mahomes and 11th round Nicole Hardman. But if we didn't take Mahomes in the 5th, I'm not going to be that excited about getting Hardman here. We'll let him go to another team. So we'll take Alexander Madison 125 and hopefully get some wide receiver value on the way back around. Okay. Let's move this down. We have George Pickens going 128. Is that the team that decided to go with the... Yeah, that's the team that's going a little bit crazy here. They decided to go with Kelsey Andrews through the first 2 rounds. They decided to go A.J. Dillon in the 5th. Alan Lazard in the 6th. Jalen Tolbert in the 9th. Yeah, so I'm not a massive fan of that team. Okay, so we have a lot of people saying Marlon Mack's listed as the starting running back on the Texans depth chart. Guys, I got breaking news for you, and I know this is going to be breaking, shocking news. NFL depth charts as of August 10th, they don't matter. They do not matter. Maybe in very specific scenarios, if we're trying to figure out who's going to make the roster at individual positions, they'll matter. But not in the context of trying to figure out who do we want between Marlon Mack and Dameon Pierce. You will never have an NFL team taking a running back outside the top 100 picks of the NFL draft and then all of a sudden going through and listing them as the starter on the depth chart. That will never happen. Never happen in NFL history. Okay. So let's scroll this down at this point. There's a name that I do want. Hopefully we get him. There are actually 2 names I'll be fine with. 2 names I'll be fine with at this point. Naheem Hines goes 138. That's not one of those guys. I don't want to say anything because I'm not sure if LA Saints is watching the live stream. There are 2 names I'm looking at. They took Edmonds. I wonder if that pushes them towards Tua. They have Allen at quarterback already, so I probably wouldn't take Tua. Yeah, they go DJ Chark. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jacoby Myers. This is one of the names that I would have been excited about. There's one other guy that I'm looking at, so I don't want to say his name in case he comes back around to us. One of the 2 players we wanted was going to be Jacoby Myers, pick 140. And the other guy that we were looking at is still available, so I can't say his name because there's a chance he makes it to us at 149. Okay. Let's slide this down. James Robinson goes 144. After we take Alexander Madison at 125, to be completely honest, we're probably done drafting running backs. I mean, if we get a running back at the very end of the draft that we love the value with, sure, we'll add on a 6th guy. But I'm not that excited about taking any running back in this range. Okay, so let's see what we have. Like Gainwell's a good value here. It's just very hard to draft him. Now, the autumn heat on the clock. They decided to go with Tua Tagovailoa. They did bring in Tua to pair up with Tyreek Hill. They go Kenneth Gainwell there, pick 146. Like I said, I think good Gainwell value. I can't take him, however. I think it's going to be a pretty strong team. This is definitely going to be turned into a Deshaun Watson team. Just to let you know now. Pat Freiermuth is the guy we were hoping we're going to make it back to us. I mean, we were looking to try to get the pairing of second-year tight ends with a combo of Kyle Pitts and Freiermuth. So here, I really like the tight ends in this range. I'll go ahead. I'll take Gesicki. I know people are worried about the fact that he may not be out there running as many routes as we're used to, that he may be more of an inline blocking tight end with the new coaching staff. Hell, if you look at the profile of Mike Gesicki, if I was trying to get the most out of his limited skill set, I'm not asking him to stay in line and block. I'm letting him go out there. I'm letting him run routes. We're going to see if we can use his athleticism. Okay. Now let's go down, scroll a little bit further. We have Trevor Lawrence off the board, 150. Lawrence wasn't going to be a quarterback that I wanted, but at the same time, I can at least admit that we need quarterbacks making it back to us. Every quarterback that goes off the board is going to be a bad thing for us. We have a total of 0 quarterbacks by now. What we're going to be looking for is we're going to be trying to get 2 quarterbacks we think can get us there through the beginning portion of the season. And then we're also going to be trying to get Deshaun Watson for the elite level ceiling for weeks 15, 16, 17. April says she's at pick 2. Okay, so let's go through. Let's check out April's team at pick 2. CMC in the first. Tyreek, Chubb, Deontay. I love this team through the first 5 rounds. Amari Cooper in the 6th. Schultz in the 7th isn't necessarily a player that I'm personally targeting. I understand why people are given the elite situation that he's in. But still, through the first 6 rounds, I love this team. Dalton Schultz is behind his ADP. MVS to stack up with Patrick Mahomes. Tyler Lockett at a value. Damian Pierce. Rashad White. Tua Tagovailoa. Did you get Tyreek? Yeah, Tua way behind his ADP to pair up with Tyreek Hill. Kenneth Gainwell. I love April's team here. I think April definitely has a better team than we do. Okay. Now let's scroll this down. Michael Carter goes 155. Ronald Jones 156. Oh, Jameson Williams off the board. We were hoping that we were going to get Jameson Williams on the way back around in the 14th round. OBS Destroyers. Sean decides to snipe us on him. He decides to take him a little bit before ADP just to make sure he gets him. But hell, I'm sure if he didn't take him there in the 13th, he was going to take him the 14th. We weren't going to get him anyway. Hardnell says, are you going to do another draft? Yes, I said if we were going to hit 600 likes in the live stream, we would fire up another draft. So thank you so much. Looks like we already got 600 likes in the stream. Also, if you haven't dropped a like in the live stream yet, make sure you go fix your life. Make sure you go down there, drop a like on the stream. We will fire up another draft. And if you want to join our next one, make sure you go to the link in the live chat, the link in the description of the video. Go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up so they'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. You'll get our 2022 rankings. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide, and you can have some fun drafting these teams either with us on the live stream, in the public lobby, with your friends, whatever the hell you want to do. But hopefully you'll be drafting with us on the live stream. Okay. So at this point, once we take Gesicki, we're done at tight end. We can't take another tight end. We're quarterbacks and wide receivers from here on out. Oh, dear God. So Daniel Jones goes there, pick 160. Obviously, when we need quarterbacks making it back to us, that's not going to be great. Now, Daniel Jones wasn't exactly a player that we were going to be looking for. Gerald Everett goes 162. I don't love this price point on Ryan. Joe says, how's the draft from 7? We'll go through. We'll check out your draft right after this, my man. Let me make my own selection. I'm trying to figure out what we want to do. I don't exactly know. Crowder goes. Okay, so let's look at the teams behind us. Fully loaded only has 1 quarterback. That is Lamar, so they're only going to take 1 more. Stonebuck has Rodgers and Stafford, so they can't take another one. April has Mahomes and Tua. She can't take another one. This team takes Burrow and Carr. I don't know if they can take another. F it. Let's take Matt Ryan. I don't know what to do. We need a quarterback. We're going to take Matt Ryan here. We'll get Alec Pierce. We'll get Paris Campbell later on. I don't know. I don't know. I was going to possibly try to get cute with it. Pass on Matt Ryan here. Sacrifice him to one of these other teams that was going to grab their own quarterback. Let me know what y'all think we should have done. Brian Robinson goes 166. David Njoku goes 167. Probably going to be pretty good for us. Robert Tunney goes 168. Brandon says, Mason, what do the experience badges look like on the Underdog Fantasy mobile app? I've noticed headbands on the icons. Is that it? No, headbands on the icons is just something completely different. I don't know exactly what you have to do to get a headband on your dog on Underdog. I think you have to win some like special contest or something like that. But no, the experience badges are going to be the same on the app versus the website. Pretty much everything's the same on the app versus the site. Okay. We said we were going to get Watson. I know usually you can get Deshaun Watson way after his ADP, but when you wait this long on quarterback, we need to make sure that we are getting Deshaun Watson. We need to make sure in a $5 buy-in league that has $200,000 for first. Let me repeat that. A $5 buy-in league where we need to prioritize the elite level ceilings in weeks 15, 16, and 17. We need to load up on Watson here. We passed on quarterback earlier on. This is essentially just a cheat code. Yes, a very risky cheat code, but to try to find access to the elite level ceiling in those 3 weeks. Okay, so now we have some more running backs off the board. Good for us. Every running back that goes is good. If we're looking at other quarterbacks we can bring in, Mac Jones is going to be a fine pick. We have Jacoby Myers. We're going to be looking at Robert Woods. We can bring in Ryan Tannehill. We can bring in Zach Wilson with Breece Hall. We have a ton of different stacking options with the quarterbacks that we have with some of these pass catchers. Okay, so let's go through. And I said we were going to check out the team at 7 for Joe. And here at 7, he decided to go Austin Eckler, DeAndre Swift through the first 2 rounds. He gets Mike Williams at 31. Personally, I'm definitely going to be a Keenan Allen over Mike Williams guy. I understand the argument behind it, given the air yards that we have seen take a dip down every single season with Keenan Allen. Maybe you want to assume that all of a sudden this is the year that Mike Williams does become the wide receiver 1 in Los Angeles. I'm just a boring drafter. I'm just going to go ahead. I'm just going to prefer the guy that's done it year in and year out. I know it's boring. Trust me, I get it. I'm fine being the boring drafter. And then after that, Justin Herbert in the 4th to go ahead and get that stack with Mike Williams. If we're looking at who you're passing on with Herbert, it is a pretty significant opportunity cost. But at the end of the day, when you take Mike Williams in the 3rd, you are going to go ahead. You are going to pretty much commit yourself to going 4th round, Justin Herbert. And then in the 5th, DK Metcalf, fine with the value. I really like the Jalen Hurts pick at 66. Devonta Smith at 79. Okay, so this is where the draft gets exciting. Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 90. Dallas Goddard at 103 to get the double stack there with Jalen Hurts. Okay, so I didn't really love the beginning of the draft, but yeah, then Garrett Wilson at 114, great pick. Man, you killed that draft. The beginning, I wasn't a massive fan, but you had some fantastic values make it to you there at the end. Okay, do we just go ahead? Do we just take Mac Jones? Yeah, I think we're going to go Mac Jones. We're going to get that stack with Jacoby Myers. Mac Jones also has that later ADP with week 10. So if we have Matt Ryan week 14, Mac Jones week 10 with their bye weeks, hopefully we can just have them starting strong through the first 6, 7, 8 weeks. And then we only have, hopefully, of course, I don't know, maybe Deshaun Watson suspended for the entire season. At this point, it's uncertain, but where there's uncertainty, there's opportunity. Maybe if Watson only misses the first 6 weeks, then all of a sudden we just have to get through that time period with these 2 guys that we're not going to have to deal with their bye weeks. And then that's when we get the elite level quarterback production coming in. We'll figure it out. Swizz World says he just got Russell Gage 55 picks behind his ADP. Remember when people were taking Russell Gage in the 6th? That was happening. People were taking 6th round Russell Gage. As crazy as it sounds now, that was a common pick. Okay, so Devin Duvernay goes 192. This point, we're probably going to be loading up on just wide receivers from here. Kendrick Bourne goes. So now that Kendrick Bourne's off the board, we're going to go ahead. We're going to reach on our guy. I'm fine with reaching on our guy. I mean, I honestly think that he is someone that should be drafted before this, and at the same time, he fits one of our stacks. I think it's a no-brainer selection. Let's see what the autumn heat does. They go Gus Edwards, pick 194. Odell Beckham Jr., 195. Yeah, Russell Gage did get injured in practice. I think it's his hamstring. I think it's the hamstring injury that he's dealing with. Mariota goes 196 before Zach Wilson. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to scroll down a decent amount. We're going to take our guy that I am very excited about, someone out of Purdue that should play the Jarvis Landry role in Cleveland this upcoming season. And should correlate with our Deshaun Watson selection. And in my opinion, is a fantastic slot wide receiver. Of course, he's slow, but you're fine with the slot wide receivers being slow. So him getting that third round NFL draft capital tells me all I need to know. I think he can be this year Amon-Ra St. Brown. So after this, we're just going to queue up another wide receiver. Here's what I'll do for everybody. I'm going to go through. I am going to hop in the $250 Big Dog League. We are going to see how many spots are open. If it's about to fill, then I'll go ahead. I will stay in this league. If it looks like it would take a while, then we'll go into a puppy draft. Never mind. It's filled. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. This is a $250 fantasy football draft, and we pulled the 104. Hell yes. Hell yes, we're at the 104. We're drafting with Derek. Derek hopping in to another $250 draft with us tonight. We have Do Your Research in here. I definitely recognize that name. We have the kid in here. I recognize that name. LOL Hot Dogs. I recognize that name. I don't know if they are members of the flock or if they are just regular drafters here on Underdog that I see all the time. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. $250 fantasy football draft underway. Make sure you drop a like in the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And of course, after this, I'll get in a $5 fantasy football draft for y'all who want to draft with us. So if you want to get in our next draft, make sure you go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK. Link in the description. Link in the live chat. You'll get our rankings. You'll get our draft guide when you sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Draft with us in the live stream. Draft with your friends. They don't just have $250 drafts. You can get in those $5 drafts as well. But let me remind everyone, 4 out of 12 teams here make it to the fantasy football playoff tournament in weeks 15, 16, and 17, where you are highly incentivized to prioritize for those weeks and have elite level production during that time. So don't be surprised if you see Watson get selected by me again. I understand it's risky, but we wouldn't be doing it if we just had to beat 11 other teams here. We need to look at the overall tournament aspect as well. Okay, so now we have Hochberg on the clock. They go Cooper Kupp, so it looks like we're going to get Justin Jefferson. I was going to go Cooper Kupp over Jamar Chase. I thought that was what we were going to be looking at. But honestly, I'm very excited to get Jefferson here. I do think that he can be the wide receiver 1 overall in fantasy this upcoming season. I think it is going to be a no-brainer selection. Okay. Let's freaking go. Justin Jefferson round 1. Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs directly after us. I think that we're probably going to end up with a running back on the turn. It's probably too early to tell. Half Moon says, pretty annoying that there are only slow drafts in the $50 range. I think if you're wanting to get in a private draft on Underdog, you can do a fast or slow draft at pretty much any range. I think you can get in a slow draft in the $3 range, the $5 range, the $10 range. I think they have slow drafts everywhere on Underdog, if that's what you want to do. Drake says, thoughts on Kyle Pitts. He's an elite level talent that, in my opinion, and so many people got mad at me for saying this. Like, I'll pull up a tweet that I had with Kyle Pitts a couple days ago about Kyle Pitts in the 3rd round, comparing him to some of the other values at that point. And people got heated. But I tweeted out. Let me go through and find this. I don't tweet out that many things. Should not be that hard. Okay. Michael Pittman, ADP of 28. Mike Williams, ADP of 29. Kyle Pitts, ADP of 33. Kyle Pitts could straight up outscore these wide receivers, and you get him at tight end, which is a legitimate cheat code. And of course, my mentions were on fire. People telling me, Mason, you're a clown. You have no idea what you're talking about. Kyle Pitts doesn't have it in the range of outcomes to outscore those wide receivers. It's impossible. Kyle Pitts, last year, 1,026 receiving yards. Mike Williams, 1,100 receiving yards. Michael Pittman, 1,082 receiving yards. Kyle Pitts was a 21-year-old rookie tight end. Like, Kyle Pitts truly does have that elite level ceiling. He can be a straight up league winner in fantasy football. We just need some positive touchdown regression. He scored 1.5 touchdowns per game his final season of Florida. He has the largest wingspan in the NFL. There's no reason to believe that Kyle Pitts can't put up touchdowns. Okay. Let's see what we're going to get between Mike Evans, Mark Andrews. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get Mark Andrews. Y'all know I'm a fan of Mark Andrews. And at the same time, we will be able to look at Lamar Jackson at the beginning of the 5th round as well. So I'm fine with Andrews here, pick 21. I'll be happy about Mark Andrews here at pick 21. It's also going to save us another spot on tight end later in this draft that we don't have to roster. We can just pick up an extra receiver. Okay. So after this, let's see. I'm assuming that we can still get a running back on the way back around. You have Alvin Kamara, Javonte Williams, Nick Chubb. Those are going to be the 3 guys. Maybe they all go. Maybe we end up with another wide receiver. I don't know, but there's a chance that we end up getting a running back on the way back around. If we get A.J. Brown, I'll be fine with it. Let's see. So this team right after us decides to go Javonte Williams, 22. Team on the clock can pick 23. They go Kyle Pitts, 23. Oh, dear God. Okay, I like Kyle Pitts. Y'all know I was just out here carrying water for Kyle Pitts, talking about how good the man is. This does seem pretty aggressive. Seems pretty aggressive to be going Kyle Pitts there at pick 23. Will coming out with a donation. Thank you so much, my man. Says, highest running back share by far after 80 drafts is both Sony Michel and Darrell Williams. What's the downside when they're going rounds 16 and 18? Who else should I be taking down there? I was drafting a decent amount of Sony Michel, thinking he could be the guy over Raheem Mostert. I am a little bit worried about the depth chart that we got out of there, sounding like Raheem Mostert is sitting at the top of that alongside Chase Edmonds. And Darrell Williams, you do have a lot of puff pieces coming out about Eno Benjamin, but I will say Darrell Williams has seen his ADP drop down to being like a 16th, 17th, even 18th round selection at times, given the hype that we have had. Guys, Courtland Sutton just went before Nick Chubb. Courtland Sutton just went before Tyreek Hill. Did y'all see that? Is that just me? Is that just me? I honestly probably... Yeah, let's go Chubb. Oh my gosh. What's the report on Higgins, though? Should resume teamwork? Yeah, I don't really care. Let's go Nick Chubb here as our running back 1. We just witnessed Courtland Sutton get drafted before Tyreek Hill and before Nick Chubb. Look at our start. This is a $250 draft, ladies and gentlemen. And we started with a Jefferson, Mark Andrews, Nick Chubb through the first 3 rounds. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm assuming we're going to get like a Lamar Jackson pick 45. We'll see. Maybe we have an elite wide receiver there that we're wanting to take and roll the dice that we get Lamar Jackson back at 52. But regardless of the situation, this is an exciting draft. And going back to Will's question, the issue is a lot of people think Eno Benjamin's going to be the running back 2 in Arizona this upcoming season. That's not holding me back from drafting Darrell Williams at the very end of drafts, because if Darrell Williams does win that running back 2 job, hell, he should get some touches on a week-to-week basis alongside James Conner, and obviously have the upside if James Conner were to go down. Okay. But now DJ Moore goes pick 32. So outside of that, very interesting here. Very, very interesting. Now, Mike Williams goes 34. This is significantly behind the ADP for both Michael Pittman and Mike Williams. Usually you see these guys go and pick 28, 29. I was just referencing the fact that I think Kyle Pitts can actually outscore these guys, and you're getting him at tight end. So I think it's crazy when Kyle Pitts goes at the end of the third and you have those wide receivers going at the middle to beginning part of the third round. But still, that is going to be crazy. We have some more donation questions coming out. Thank you, guys. We have Cup of Joe says 12-team, 2-keeper, full PPR, pick 8. Pittman or Travis Etienne in the 9th round as a keeper. We're going to go Etienne over Michael Pittman, assuming that you cannot start up to 4 or 5 wide receivers. And other keepers, Shamar Chase, round 5. Love the content. Where do we purchase the draft guide? Thank you so much, my friend. I genuinely appreciate it. Of course, you can get our draft guide with literally just a $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy. You can also get in those drafts with us because they'll match that deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. You'll have $20 sitting in your Underdog account. You can fire up a ton of these drafts with us that we do every single night, or draft in the public lobby, and then they'll email you a copy of our 2022 Fantasy Football Draft Guide. That's nearly 300 pages with just that $10 deposit with promo code FLOCK, link in the description. But if you already have an Underdog account, or maybe you live in like Mexico or Europe or something, and you can't sign up for Underdog Fantasy, then the draft guide is available on flockfantasy.com, which is in the link of the description as well. But thank you so much. And Matt says, my man got an 8-team redraft league with 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex, and 1 tight end. What's the best draft strategy out of the 7 spot? Pound running backs and then get an elite tight end and wide receivers. I actually like going with running back here at the turn in an 8-team league in particular. Going to be super easy to get wide receivers on the way back around. I think that you could potentially get Mark Andrews in the 3rd round in an 8-team format. So yes, I think you go running back, try to target one of those elite level tight ends in the 3rd. But Bateman goes pick 43 here, so we should be getting some value making it back to us. Ezekiel Elliott off the board. So is this a back-to-back draft with Breece Hall? Spam the chat right now if you think we should not go Breece Hall. If you have an argument against Breece Hall, let me know ASAP. Because Breece Hall has been falling. We got Breece Hall in our last draft as well here at the end of the 4th round. So is there something that I'm missing out on with Breece Hall? Dog says he wants to go Deontay Johnson, although I have taken a bunch of Deontay. Cameron's spamming Breece. We have a vote for Justin Herbert. We're not taking Herbert. Okay, it looks like the majority of people want Breece Hall, so we will go Breece Hall. Yeah, so the reason Justin Herbert's not going to be in play for me here, even though I will say Justin Herbert does have upside for that elite level quarterback 1 finish, at the end of the day, we would rather have Lamar Jackson on this team with Mark Andrews. So if we take Justin Herbert, it's going to inherently give us a lower probability of getting Lamar Jackson coming back around to us at pick 52, because if these teams on the turn here are wanting to grab that elite level quarterback, if we have Herbert on our roster, then instead of having the option between Herbert, Lamar, and Mahomes, hell, they are only going to have the options between Lamar and Mahomes. Here, it doesn't end up working out. They end up taking Lamar Jackson regardless. Maybe now we get Justin Herbert in round 5, but I honestly thought if we passed on Herbert, we sacrificed him to these teams here at the turn, we could end up getting Lamar Jackson on the way back around to the 5th. April coming out says, why isn't Debo's ADP higher? He was a beast in 2021. Yeah, Debo Samuel was a monster in 2021, but the issue is you have to worry about the possibility of Trey Lance vulturing rushing touchdowns at the goal line with Debo Samuel. Debo Samuel had 8 rushing touchdowns last year. It's very hard to project that out ever for a wide receiver because it's so far of an outlier. We went through and we looked historically of wide receivers that had as much work in their rushing game as well as obviously the receiving game as Debo Samuel. And really the last comp that we have for a player that was able to do that was Percy Harvin back in like 2011, something crazy. And he still didn't have nearly as much volume that you had with Debo Samuel on a per game basis. I do think that we see some serious regression from Debo. He's a fine value in round 2, but that's why he's not going to be drafted as the wide receiver 3 on a points per game basis as he finished last year. But okay, guys. I'm not taking a wide receiver in this range. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I cannot be the guy taking Brandon Cooks over Cam Akers. That's not me. It will never be me. In the other $250 draft we did, Cam Akers fell to the very end of the 5th round. I understand the worries with Cam Akers. This is a running back that obviously tore his Achilles about 12 months ago. This is a running back that reports are coming out that he is going to potentially split with Darrell Henderson. This is a running back that looked very bad at the end of last season, 6 months removed from a torn Achilles. There are red flags, But at the end of the day, if you look at the prospect he was coming out of Florida State, hell, if you look at the high school prospect he was the number one high school recruit in the country going to Florida State, a 5-star guy. Then he crushes at Florida State behind one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL. He proves that he can be a receiving running back. He goes to the NFL Combine, shows his elite level athleticism. He goes to the NFL, and in his rookie season, he breaks out specifically in that playoff stretch. If you look at the last 6 weeks, Cam Akers broke out to an extreme measure. And if you remember, before Cam Akers tore his Achilles last year, try to get back in the DeLorean, try to go back to the past 12 months ago. Where was Cam Akers being drafted 12 months ago? I'm not saying he should be drafted there again. I'm not saying that. But 12 months ago, Cam Akers was going at the end of the first. He was going at the beginning of the second. He was going at the 1-2 turn. There are reasons to be extremely excited about Cam Akers. There are reasons to be worried as well. But it is what it is. Oh, crap. Derek, you are right. Derek says I would have taken Waller if I was you, the other guys too already. If I would have noticed that Kittle went to the team that took Kyle Pitts, I'm right there with you, Derek. I would have gone Darren Waller. I did not notice that team decided to take George Kittle on the same build as Kyle Pitts. But Keeler says, yo, I have a 12-team league, a 4th pick, traded draft spots with the 12th pick for a 2nd and 3rd and 5th rounds. Been thinking about going a running back. Okay, so if you have the 4th pick, traded draft spots with the 12th pick for 2nd and 3rd rounds and 5th rounds. Okay, so essentially you moved up in the 2nd, moved back in the 3rd. So you're going to have the 4th pick and the 13th pick in your draft. If you can start up to 5 wide receivers every single week, if you're going to be looking at a lineup like you start 3 wide receivers and 2 flex spots, or you start 2 flex spots and 2 wide receivers and 3 flex spots, there I would actually probably prefer going wide receiver with your 4th selection like we did with a Justin Jefferson here, and then taking a running back at 13. But if it's going to be a shallow format where you only have 2 wide receiver starting slots and then a flex, there I would agree. You probably do want to go running back. Okay. So now we have David Montgomery off the board, 65. There are 2 players that we want. Actually, I'm fine with 3 guys here. A.J. Dillon, this is the furthest he's fallen in a draft today. And the other $250 draft that we did, in both drafts we've done today, A.J. Dillon went in the 5th round. Very interesting to see A.J. Dillon fall this far after seeing him go extremely early in the other 2 drafts. But this team has gone Allen, Fournette, Diggs, Rashad Bateman, and Brandon Cooks. Okay. They're taking this down. I think they've been just letting the timer run out every single pick. So damn annoying. They go Ayuk here, pick 67. Ayuk was not going to be in play for us. Maybe they're going to try to set up Trey Lance on the way back around. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go Amari Cooper. We took Nick Chubb. We're betting on this Cleveland Browns offense. I don't want to tell y'all what we're doing at the end. I think y'all can kind of put 2 and 2 together, but we're going to take Amari Cooper here as our 2nd wide receiver. I think that the median projection's not horrible here for Amari. And of course, as I said, this is a league where the 4 teams advance. The 4 top teams in this 12-team league advance to the fantasy football playoff tournament, where we are incentivized to be scoring the most points possible in weeks 15, 16, and 17. This is a $250 buy-in on Underdog, tournament-style draft, $100,000 for first place, where we are incentivized for that final 3-week stretch of production. Yeah. So we'll go Amari Cooper. Not too concerned about the injury. I think that he is going to be good to go. And real quick, guys, if you have not dropped a like in the live stream, please make sure you do it. If we hit 800 likes in the stream, we will be going through and firing up another draft. Now we have a Drake London at 72. Drake London would have been the wide receiver we would have taken if we decided not to go with Amari Cooper. A.J. Dillon would have been someone we would have taken on the way back around in the 7th round. But let me know who y'all would have preferred. Would y'all preferred to see the combo of Chris Godwin and A.J. Dillon, or Amari Cooper and Cam Akers? What would you have rather seen? Let's go Cam Akers here in the 5th, and then Amari Cooper in the 6th. Let me know. LOLG says, Mason, love CeeDee Lamb, just feel like he'll get exhausted. Why do you think that? Why do you think CeeDee Lamb's going to get exhausted? Now, this team on the clock, this is the team that went Sutton round 3, Kyle Pitts in the 2nd, Kittle in the 5th. If I would have noticed that they decided to go Kittle and Pitts on the same team, we would have taken Darren Waller. Dalton Schultz goes 75. We would have taken Dalton Schultz. Sit here and think about this for just a second. We'll go 7th round, Josh Jacobs. We're doing it. We didn't do it in the other $250 draft we were in. Obviously, everybody hates Jacobs at this point. Nobody likes Jacobs, but that is priced in. It's priced into this selection. We are getting him here as our running back 4. We're probably not even drafting another running back now that we have the combo of Chubb, Hall, Akers, Jacobs. We have a pretty good wide receiver core as well with the combination of Justin Jefferson and Amari Cooper. I mean, it's not great. At least we have the elite level player there sitting at the very top. And if we are looking at what we have at tight ends, well, we have one of the best tight ends in this draft. We have the tight end 1 overall in fantasy last season. So I think it's a strong team. Obviously, we're going to be really looking for some quarterback value on the way back around. We need to hope that we somehow get a Tom Brady. We somehow get a Dak Prescott. Actually, Brady ended up going at 7 here. So it's interesting that we have a decent amount of teams going ahead and double tapping the elite level quarterbacks. You have the Lamar and Lance team here at pick 47 and 74. You have Burrow and Brady here. Okay, so we have a couple teams just double tapping those elite level quarterbacks. Hopkins ends up falling down to pick 79. Jordan says we should have just donated the $250 to charity. Hey, Jordan, my man, I got some great news for you. If you think you are a better drafter than I am, I'm putting real money on the line every single night in these drafts. So if you truly think that you're a better drafter than us, let's see it, my man. Challenge accepted. Come out here, hop in with us. And I got great news for you. You go sign up for Underdog right now with the link in the live chat. Use promo code FLOCK. You're going to get my rankings. You're going to get my draft guide. You can either decide to use that against me. You can decide to burn it on fire. You do you with whatever you want to do with it. And they'll match your deposit dollar for dollar up to 100. So I'm looking forward to drafting against you, my man. We'll see if you know what you're doing. Now we have Antonio Gibson going pick 86. Derek on the clock. Derek goes Hawkinson. Hawkinson was going to be the play that we would have had made into us a big 93. We would have 100% taken Hawkinson. Now these teams, I don't know what we should expect from them. I think the best values on the board are going to be CEH, Chase Edmonds, and Hunt, but sadly we can't take them. Once we go Josh Jacobs in the 7th round, we can't take Clyde Edwards-Helaire even if he falls to us here. Trust me, I will cry myself to sleep if Clyde Edwards-Helaire falls to pick 93 and we can't take him. Like, if it was not a best ball format where we had access to the waiver wire, I would go ahead. I would just take Clyde Edwards-Helaire and say F it. But the issue is, when we don't have access to the waiver wire, our roster construction is going to be so damn important that we can't take him there regardless. Hunter Renfrow goes pick 90. This team on the clock has Allen at quarterback, Fournette at running back, wide receiver. They have Diggs, Bateman, Cooks, Ayuk, and Chris Olave. They go Clyde Edwards-Helaire, pick 91. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. I would have been so sad if we were looking at CEH there. I wonder if this team decides to go Edmonds or if they decide to go with Sky Moore. If they put Sky Moore up as their pick here, it's going to put us in a very difficult position. But no, we are going to get Sky Moore as our wide receiver 3. I think in a league where we're prioritizing their production for weeks 15, 16, 17, Sky Moore is going to be an easy selection here. We are going to be up in 6 picks. But let me go through and let me show off this draft board for anybody just now coming in. So at running back, we have the combo of Nick Chubb, Breece Hall, Cam Akers, and Josh Jacobs. A wide receiver, we have Justin Jefferson, Amari Cooper, and Sky Moore. Tight end, we have Mark Andrews. We have not taken a quarterback yet. Quarterbacks that we could be looking at possibly a Kirk Cousins to pair up with Justin Jefferson. We can be looking at, I don't know, maybe a Deshaun Watson if we're trying to score points in weeks 15, 16, 17 with the possibility that he actually is playing then. And we have both Amari Cooper and Nick Chubb on this team. Outside of that, obviously, some of these other guys like Lamar for Andrews is already off the board. Patrick Mahomes for Sky Moore is already off the board. So those options are not going to be available to us. Now, Ramondre Stevenson goes here. Pick 95. Honestly, I definitely prefer the way that we went around this, taking the combo of Sky Moore and Josh Jacobs over the combination of Ramondre Stevenson and Chris Olave. Like, I definitely prefer what we did here with Jacobs in the 7th. I think if we go through and reevaluate any decision that we made with this team, I'll show y'all what I would have redone with this draft. And this maybe is my fault for live streaming and doing these high stakes drafts at the same time, but we'll see. Thomas says, is this going to be a hyper fragile build? Only 4 running backs. I think we'll sneak a 5th running back in here because obviously it looks like we have some big name running backs with a combo of Chubb, Hall, Akers, and Jacobs. But still, we didn't take our first running back until the 3rd round. Like, we have the elite level tight end where we only have to take 2 tight ends. So if we have a 5th running back that we love the value of, we will go ahead. We will take a 5th running back. Okay, let's see what happens. Thank God. Oh, that would have been bad. We are going to take Tyler Lockett here as our wide receiver 4. Trust me, I get it. You don't have to tell me. I know. I do this every day. Lockett is in the worst situation you could ever imagine. And I mean the worst situation you could ever imagine. He is going to be playing with probably the worst quarterback in the NFL. He is probably going to be the 2nd receiver in his offense. And not only is he going to have the worst quarterback in the NFL, he's going to be playing on a rush-first offense with possibly, according to PFF, I'm no offensive line expert, but according to PFF, the Seattle Seahawks have the worst offensive line in the NFL. I can't say that for a fact. Maybe it's not the worst, but maybe it's a bottom 5 team. But if I look at Tyler Lockett, this is still a wide receiver that in best ball I have been drafting a decent amount of, because if we go through and if we look at his yards per route run, Tyler Lockett was still an elite level wide receiver last season. Tyler Lockett has been a top 24 receiver on a per game basis over the past 3 years. And last year, from a yards per route run standpoint, here are the wide receivers that finished ahead of Tyler Lockett: Jamar Chase, A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, Debo Samuel, Cooper Kupp. And I know a lot of people think that Lockett was just a product of Russell Wilson, that Metcalf's going to be the elite level talent and he's going to be fine, but Lockett's going to be toast with Wilson leaving. Well, the games that Geno Smith started, you had DK Metcalf with 18 targets and Tyler Lockett with 23. So I'm going to go ahead. I am going to be fine taking Tyler Lockett. And Luke says, seems like we've been taking Tyler Lockett a ton. In best ball, I'll be fine taking a decent amount of Lockett when you're drafting him as wide receiver 48. Like, remember, last year you had to draft Lockett in the 4th. And of course you should draft him much later this year because you have no Russell Wilson. 100% it's a much worse situation, I'll admit. But I'm going to be fine just taking the dip, especially on a team where we really need some wide receiver help. Yeah. So now we have Tyler Boyd, Jalen Tolbert going here, 108, 109. Good for us to see a lot of these running backs off the board. I also like seeing Dawson Knox and Zach Ertz go. I'm not a massive fan of these tight ends values compared to where we can get someone like Pat Freiermuth a little bit later on. Jimmy says, what are your thoughts on the Patriots entertaining a Damian Harris trade? I will say that it does make sense. Usually on the wet blanket, when people bring up possible trades, usually I say, oh, it's not going to happen. But if you think through it, the New England Patriots have brought in a decent amount of running backs this offseason. On top of this, the New England Patriots decided to trade Sony Michel when he was under the last year of his rookie contract. Damian Harris is under the last year of his own rookie deal. So it would make sense for this team to look to just move on from him. Now Rodgers off the board. Let's see what ends up happening here. We may end up taking a 5th running back, ladies and gentlemen, and then not drafting another guy. But keep in mind, we only have to draft 2 tight ends with this team. We took Andrews, so we only have to take 2. So Devin Singletary goes 113. LOL hot dogs. What are they doing here? Taking this down to the very last second. That's exactly what they're doing. They're going Cordell Patterson at 114. Isaiah Spiller goes 115. Kenneth Walker off the board. The reason Melvin Gordon's falling is obviously due to the injury. I don't think we take Melvin Gordon. If Kenneth Walker would have been the guy, we'd probably go ahead. We'd probably take Walker. We're going to take Rondale Moore, and I'll explain myself right after this. If you're going to look at these teams that are drafting right after us, look at their quarterbacks. Obviously, we want Kirk Cousins on a team where we take Justin Jefferson. But the team directly after us already has Herbert and Matthew Stafford. They can't take another quarterback. They just simply can't do it. So we don't need to worry about them. The team right after that, they have Lance and Lamar Jackson. They can't take another quarterback. Doesn't matter who they have. Doesn't matter if they even had Adam Thielen on their roster. They're not taking him. And then this last team on the turn is the only one that we have to worry about. He doesn't have Adam Thielen, and he already has Patrick Mahomes. So he's not incentivized to get Kirk Cousins. It's a possibility if he wants a second quarterback. What's going to be really nice if he takes Cousins, then we know none of these teams here can go quarterbacks going forward. So it will give us a draft advantage when we're determining our own picks. But let's see what he decides to do. This would be the only pick right here, 121, that we have to worry about Kirk Cousins going from us. The only selection. And he goes Darrell Henderson. We played that perfectly. We got Rondale Moore. We're still going to get Kirk Cousins on the way back around to pair up with Justin Jefferson as our wide receiver 1. Obviously, we're going to need to take 3 quarterbacks with this build. Now, Dameon Pierce. Yeah, we're going to get Cousins. This team can't take another QB. They're a red experience badge drafter. They already know that. Let's go ahead. Let's get Kirk Cousins. We're getting him 7 picks behind his ADP here. We are going to be stacking him up with Justin Jefferson. Okay. I'm much more comfortable with this draft now. So if we're going to go through, if we're going to look at this room, at wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Amari, Sky Moore, Tyler Lockett as our wide receiver 4, and Rondale Moore as our wide receiver 5. At tight end, we have the elite level guy with Mark Andrews. At running back, in my opinion, we probably have the best running back core in the league. We have Nick Chubb, Breece Hall, Cam Akers, and Josh Jacobs. Okay. So this is going to be very fun. Garrett says this is going to be a record live stream. Yeah, we honestly may hit our record with this stream at this rate with the amount of likes that we have had. Guys, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on the live stream, subscribe to the channel. If we hit 90,000 subs, instead of doing our regular 3-hour live draft where we just go through and draft as many fantasy football teams as we can every night, we will do a 24-hour live stream. A 24-hour live stream drafting real money fantasy football drafts that you can participate in. So make sure you go down there, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. But even if you already subscribed, so important that you drop a like. That way we get recommended to someone new. But after we take Kirk Cousins here, there aren't too many players that I'm really hoping we get on the way back around. I would have really liked a Christian Watson there, pick 141, because I do think Watson does have the upside for weeks 15, 16, 17 that we're looking for. But Derek took Rodgers at 112, so very unlikely that we get Christian Watson making it back to us at 141. Is sometimes he does fall there in a lot of these other underdog drafts. Okay. So now Gallup goes 133. Dawson says, is this a puppy draft? No, this is a big dog. This is a $250 draft on underdog right now. Devontae Parker, 135. KJ Osborne, 134. Scroll this down. Jarvis Landry off the board as well. Okay, so it looks like these wide receivers are going. Did Derek do the same thing he did in the last one? No, he just takes Jarvis here. I guess he took, Michael Thomas. So he's going to go with the double stack with Jameis a little bit later on. So at this point, whenever we decided to take Kirk Cousins in the last round, I will be taking Irv Smith Jr. if he makes it to us. Sadly, he doesn't. Irv Smith Jr. goes right before. Albert O goes at 139. Tua Tagovailoa is not a quarterback I'm really taking here. I understand. I talked to Tyreek Hill the other day. He told me that Tua is indeed the most accurate quarterback in the NFL, but I'm still not going to take him. I think instead we go ahead, we get a wide receiver that was dominant at Penn State his final 2 years there and does have upside for the end of the season that we are looking for. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take a Jahan Dotson at pick 141 when we need to continue to build out this wide receiver core. So what I like the idea of doing is waiting, taking Watson late for the ceiling for those final 3 weeks, and then getting Carson Wentz potentially in the last round. Carson Wentz has a week 14 bye. So even if Watson's suspended for the first 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks, whatever, we'll be able to overcome it. Potentially. We don't know yet. Of course, there's still a ton of uncertainty. There's still a strong possibility that Watson is suspended the entire season. But if we knew Watson was only suspended 6 weeks, Watson would have been off the board a very long time ago. Okay, so we have Nico Collins here, 143. Ronald Jones, 144. Jimmy says, I guess nobody is high on Ramondre. I really did like Ramondre Stevenson a while ago, but at this point, it feels like if you weren't drafting Ramondre Stevenson a couple months ago, you're just late to the party. Like, let me take Gesicki here, and then we're going to go through and let me show you exactly how far Ramondre Stevenson has moved up draft boards, because I was drafting a decent amount of Ramondre Stevenson because I've never been a Damian Harris fan. I wasn't a Damian Harris fan last year when everybody thought he was the best 9th round pick in the league. I was like, okay, this guy has no league winning upside. No, thank you. We weren't really taking him last year. I wasn't taking Damian Harris this year. And for that reason, we were taking Ramondre Stevenson. Specifically last year, I was drafting way more Ramondre Stevenson than I did this season. But regardless, if you go back and look 2 months ago, before Ramondre Stevenson became everybody's favorite sleeper, let me just look up Underdog ADP, because Underdog was really the only site having a ton of real money fantasy football drafts a couple months ago. And we go back to, let's go early May to now. And let's see the ADP change here. You've had Ramondre Stevenson back then was going about pick 120. And now Ramondre Stevenson, where does he go in this draft? He goes pick 95, usually even goes a little bit before this. I've seen Ramondre Stevenson go instead in the middle of the 8th round. Like, I feel like if you weren't drafting Ramondre Stevenson a couple months ago, you're maybe just late to the party with Stevenson. Okay, Gerald Everett goes 157. We have a decent amount of quarterbacks off the board. Not great for us. Obviously, we only have Kirk Cousins. We need these quarterbacks making it back. Our initial plan is going to be that Watson build, which we've already discussed. So we are going to be fine. I'm not reaching on Watson because you never have to take Watson. You always get him behind his ADP. Jameson Williams goes pick 159. That sucks. Jameson Williams was going to be one of the wide receivers we are trying to grab. Daniel Jones goes 160. Well, who did we take Gesicki over? I think our Gesicki pick was fine. Like, once Michael Carter's off the board, the running back teardrop's already going to be massive for me. Like, Tyler Algier, I don't think he's going to ever turn into a league-winning running back. At this point, we probably just want to go ahead, grab another receiver. Okay, so the Isaiah McKenzie report, back at practice. He's taken most of the first-team slot wide receiver reps in training camp, but veteran Jamison Crowder is also a strong candidate for the job now that he's back and on the field after missing the first week of camp with an unspecified injury of his own. Okay, so essentially tells us a whole lot of nothing. Now, sit here and let's think. If we pass on wide receiver here, looking at the teams after us, if this team is an experienced drafter, they know they need wide receivers. They only have 5. Yeah, there are 2 teams after us that only have 5 wide receivers, and we are in round 14. I'm assuming that both of them double tap the wide receiver position or come away with some kind of wide receiver heavy approach where if we want wide receivers, we almost have to draft them. So let's grab Van Jefferson here. And you know what? Both those teams that only had 5 wide receivers, they decided to go with the combination of Higbee and Tyrion Davis-Price. So maybe I was wrong with that assessment. I feel like it's a very tough. Who do they have at receiver? This team has Sutton, Devonta Smith, Chase Claypool, Nico Collins, and George Pickens as their 5 wide receivers. This other team has Kupp, Tyreek, Juju, Robert Woods, Kenny Golladay. So I'm assuming that's better. But still, that is a tough situation to be in this format where you have to start 3 every single week. God, very interesting. I'm assuming they have to go wide receiver here, right? You're around 15 and you have 5 guys. Like I said, your 5 wide receiver core is made up of Sutton, Devonta Smith, Chase Claypool, Nico Collins, and George Pickens. I hate this team. They go Will Fuller, pick 170. Okay, I like the Fuller selection. Y'all know I'm a decent Fuller fan. Okay, so. Bet the prop says, isn't Noah Fant a potential super sleeper? Very talented. Yes, Noah Fant is an extremely talented tight end. I'm completely fine taking him in this range. I actually probably do prefer Robert Tonyan over him, just given the offense Tonyan's playing in. But I guess we're going to end up just getting Watson, as we already discussed. We're going to go ahead. Trust me, I get it. Y'all hate it. Y'all hate it, hate it, hate it. I've already discussed that this is a large field tournament. $250 buy-in, $100,000 for first. 4 teams advance here. You don't need to have a crazy regular season. As long as we can stay afloat through the first 6-8 weeks of a potential Deshaun Watson suspension, which Watson can be 100% suspended for the entire season. And yes, I understand maybe that could tank this team. But at the end of the day, we are taking Deshaun Watson in the same round as Alec Pierce, Jamison Crowder, Marvin Jones, Will Fuller, Tyrion Davis-Price. There's a decent chance that a lot of those other players also don't pan out. So I'm fine going ahead and taking them here. Jonas says, University of Iowa tight ends are the best. Yes. If you don't know, the University of Iowa has put out George Kittle in the 2017 class. Then they put out top 10 tight end in the 2019 class, TJ Hawkinson. And in that same 2019 class, they put out a first-round tight end in Noah Fant. And if you don't know about that situation, going into their final season at Iowa, most people were looking at Noah Fant as like a Kyle Pitts. People thought Noah Fant was the next best thing. People really never talked about TJ Hawkinson. And then their final season, it wasn't their senior season, it was their junior season. They declared early. TJ Hawkinson put himself on the map. He was the guy that ended up being drafted inside the top 10. And in my opinion, he's had the better career so far. Okay. But Hooper goes 181. Hurst, Evan Ingram all off the board. Probably a pretty good thing for us. I mean, we already have the combination of Gesicki and Andrews, so we're not necessarily looking for another tight end. I'd be fine adding an additional wide receiver, probably 2 additional wide receivers, or maybe 1 receiver, 1 running back, 1 quarterback. We'll figure it out. If we wanted to turn this into a hyper fragile build, I think we could get away with it. It wouldn't necessarily be ideal. So Zach Wilson goes. Zach Wilson would have been one of those players that would have fit this build. We could have paired him up with Breece Hall. If we're looking at other potential quarterbacks, Carson Wentz. Wentz has a 14th round bye, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, Carson Wentz does have a 14th round bye. So we could get him paired up with Jahan Dotson. Hopefully we can cover up the lack of production we would have from Watson and the Cleveland Browns through the beginning portion of the season. Wait till Watson could potentially come back. It's an if. That's why you're getting him in the 15th. And then we could add that elite level ceiling down the stretch with Amari, Chubb, and Watson. Let's see what falls. Donovan Peoples-Jones goes 187. Taysom Hill 188. Let's sit here and just think 1 second. This team here at the 16-17 turn, they essentially have to go quarterback. They only have Mahomes. We are going to go Kendrick Bourne. And we are going to see if Mac Jones makes it back to us, because we've already talked about the fact that these two teams picking directly after us. Hawkberg here, his wide receiver core is composed of Kupp, Tyreek Hill, Juju, Robert Woods, Kenny Golladay, and that's it. He literally cannot take anything but wide receiver from here on out. He's locked into wide receiver, and that's it. Do your own research. He's locked into wide receiver as well. So we can assume that the majority of players going off the board here at the 16 to 17 turn are going to be receivers. This is the only team we have to be worried about taking a quarterback. We don't know if they like Mac Jones. If they decide to pass on Mac Jones, we could get 17th round Mac Jones stacked up with Kendrick Bourne. It doesn't work out, but we'll still end up getting Carson Wentz. It will still be fine. And then we'll have that third quarterback, hopefully being able to keep us afloat till Watson comes back. And then in the final round, we'll be able to determine if we want a wide receiver or running back. And real quick, guys, we are going to fire up another draft after this one. But if y'all want another draft after that one, make sure you go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We are almost at 1,000 likes on the stream. I think we can break our record this live stream. Drop those likes. Maybe this will be a crazy, crazy, crazy long one and a really fun one. Okay, but after this, scroll this down. Gus Edwards goes 193. Benjamin 194. That team, their wide receiver course is just nothing. What do y'all think? Is Darrell Williams still the running back 2 in Arizona? If he is, this is a no-brainer selection in the 17th. Let's make the pick. Let's go Darrell Williams. There's a decent chance that Benjamin's the running back 2. Apparently he's pushing for the job. If Benjamin ends up being the running back 2, it sucks. It is what it is. Hell, it's a 17th round selection. But we're going to get our 5th running back. We're going to queue up our final quarterback. Like I said, our current target is Carson Wentz. Usually you can get him in the 18th round. I don't know if it's going to be guaranteed, but we'll figure it out. So let's just queue up that final quarterback. We are going to go through and we are going to hop into our next draft. I think Carson Wentz actually just went off the board. F me, but that's just a quick side note. We are still going to be queuing these guys up. And I think our next draft we're going to do is just going to be a $5 puppy draft. So let me go over here. We just got in and there are 6 spots open in this league for anybody who wants to be in. Now there are 2 spots, 1 spot. Now it's filled. Okay. LOLG says, I get Hurts is good for fantasy, but he's hard to watch in real life. Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not going to be the guy coming out here grading these quarterbacks for real life performances, but from a fantasy football perspective, it doesn't matter if Jalen Hurts is a good or bad real life quarterback. He's going to put up fantasy points based off the rushing upside. That's what I was talking about a ton with Trey Lance in Dynasty over the past 2 years. Y'all know from a Dynasty perspective, nobody's been higher on Trey Lance than I have, just based on looking at his rushing upside as well as looking at the situation he was stepping into. And we said, hell, worst case scenario, he's Jalen Hurts stepping into a team with a crap ton of weapons. Like, it's a beautiful, beautiful spot to be in. And Justin says the link to join doesn't get posted in the chat. If y'all don't know, guys, the link to join Underdog is sitting at the very top of the chat. All you got to do is go click that link, go join Underdog Fantasy, use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar to 100. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football rankings. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide. You'll support this channel. And you'll be able to have some fun, get into some drafts with us, get into some drafts in the public lobby, get into some drafts with your friends. Of course, it is a ton of fun. And Eli says, how are you going to manage so many leagues? So these drafts on Underdog are best ball. So you do not submit your starting lineup throughout the course of the season. You do not do waivers. That's why we're drafting so deep. That's why you have guys like AJ Green, why you have Kendrick Bourne going off the clock at the 18th, 17th rounds. So it's no time commitment during the season. So what you can do is you can go get in some extra drafts on Underdog Fantasy, have some fun, prepare and practice, way better practice than any other place you're going to find for your real money fantasy football draft this year. And you can focus in on your real league that you really care about during the season, because these underdog drafts take no time. Okay. So now let me go through and make our last selection. What quarterback are we going to end up getting? Oh, it's gross, guys. It is gross, 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 gross. So now after we take Stephon Diggs, you have Derrick Henry and Dalvin Cook going off the board. Very standard start. Derrick managed to get in this draft with us again here at pick 12. So if you think you can't get in these drafts, guys, Derrick gets in every single time. He gets in legitimately every single draft. So I would ask him in the live chat how he gets in every single draft if you're having a hard time. Okay. So now Devontae Adams going off the board here, pick 11. CeeDee Lamb, 12. DeAndre Swift, 13. Okay, so mixing it up, getting a little bit of a unique combo there. Dillon says, Derrick is an underdog developer. He has to be. Wouldn't surprise me. No, I don't think he is. Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't think he is. Yeah. We just passed 1,000 likes in the stream. Thank you all so much for everybody going down there and dropping a like. Joe Mixon goes 15. Najee Harris still available. Najee Harris goes off the board there at pick 16. I would have been ecstatic to get Najee Harris and Stephon Diggs on the same roster. Barkley off the board. So what we're probably going to do here is we're probably going to reach, because if we take Stephon Diggs and Aaron Jones on the same team, every combo of Stephon Diggs is going to have an Aaron Jones. So let's go with another player that I do think has a decent amount of upside. Let's go ahead. Let's take Mark Andrews here, and it's going to be a slightly more unique combination than what you're going to have in the majority of the other puppy drafts where everybody's taken Diggs and Aaron Jones together. I do really like Aaron Jones, but just from a tournament standpoint, I think it does make sense. Okay, so Tyreek Hill goes 20, Mike Evans 21. Tyreek Hill in the last draft ended up falling in the third round. In that $250 draft we did, you had Courtland Sutton going before Tyreek Hill falling to the third. Just absolute nonsense in that last draft. Now Alvin Kamara off the board here, pick 22. I'm honestly probably not going to take Allen in the third. Based on what we've seen as of late, based on our possibility of getting Patrick Mahomes at pick 55, like I don't think I'm taking Allen in the third, even if he makes it to us. I know you want to have that stack. I know you want to have that correlation, but it is pretty tough. Pickle coming out says, I've been watching for a while, finally got in the draft at the 104. Wishing you the best of luck, my man. I'm sorry to let you know, though, you're not winning this. You're not winning. We are going to take you down, but thank you, of course, for supporting the channel. Happy that you were able to get in this draft with us. And now we have Keenan Allen, Mike Williams off the board here. So that team at 1 goes with that hyper-fragile build. They start Jonathan Taylor, Javonte Williams, and Nick Chubb. FSU for Cole's someone else that's in this draft every single time with us. Now, I think we probably just go ahead and reach on a wide receiver. The WA on the clock, they've just gone best player available according to ADP through the first 2 rounds. So they go Kyle Pitts at pick 30. So if you look at my rankings, I'm actually going to have DJ Moore ranked before Michael Pittman, but I do think that we get a more unique combo when we take Michael Pittman. I think that if we're looking at teams that have Diggs, Andrews, and Pittman together, it's going to be a very, very small portion of the Puppy 3 contest. So I'm going to be happy about getting Pittman here. If DJ Moore would have made it back to us in the 4th, obviously, we would have taken DJ Moore, but considering Derek's picking there at 36, 37, I doubt that would have happened. Okay, so Courtland Sutton, pick 33. See how far Josh Allen falls. I'm assuming you get Allen off the board here right at the end of the 3rd round. Yeah, Allen goes off the board there, pick 34. Casey's surprised we go Michael Pittman. Yeah, if I'm going to be doing 500, 600 underdog drafts this offseason, if we're going to put that much money on the line, I can't just draft 100% based off my rankings. And all of a sudden, these drafts have 60% DJ Moore and 0% Michael Pittman, because it's 100% in the range of outcomes for Pittman to come out here and crush. So if I like pull up my exposures real quick to let you know how much Michael Pittman I have, it's not going to be much at all. Like, I only have Michael Pittman in 3% of these drafts. We have Michael Pittman in 3% of these drafts. Like, I barely have him at all, but we need to have him in at least 3% in case that everybody is right. Let's go Gabriel Davis, 36. I think maybe we're lagging here just a bit, but let's see if we can refresh this. Let me know if the stream is lagging bad, guys. I'm really sorry. Hopefully that goes away ASAP. Allen Robinson, 39. So Derek's all in on that Gabriel Davis hype now. Gabriel Davis, 36. What have the reports been out of training camp with Gabriel Davis? Clorin off the board. Yeah, we need a running back. Let's go ahead. Let's take Ezekiel Elliott here, pick 42. I think that we're also needing to set ourselves up with the potential to be able to bring in an elite level quarterback. We take Zeke here. We can bring in Dak Prescott a little bit later on. We could get 5th round Lamar Jackson if Lamar does fall. Not likely, but it's possible. We'll see. I mean, we could get, I'll take Patrick Mahomes in the 5th if he falls. We'll take Herbert in the 5th if he falls as well. But let me go to Twitter and look up Gabriel Davis to see if we've actually had any reports coming out of training camp as of late. Okay, so yeah, we have PFF tweeting out a picture of a video of Gabriel Davis catching a football, saying the Gabriel Davis breakout is here. Yeah, it looks like there were really no reports coming out of training camp about Gabriel Davis. All I'm seeing is videos of a simple Gabriel Davis catch. Like, it literally looks like the most basic catch I've ever seen. And Gabriel Davis squatting a crap ton of weight. Those are the 2 reports that we have. Derek says, 2 weeks ago, I would have not taken him really at all. Just kind of changed my mind. It should be a top offense, so why not? I'm probably wrong for it. Let me hear your thought process, my man. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the end of the thought process, that it's going to be that elite level offense, so you want exposure to it. I feel like it's tough. Okay, so Brandon Cook's going off the board there, pick 51. Let's go through, see what we are going to get. 2 picks away. Justin Herbert off the board, 52. Okay, so people are really off of Cam Akers at the point that every draft we've had, Cam Akers has fallen to a point where we've gone ahead and we've drafted him. So did some big YouTube channels or something come out and say not to draft Cam Akers? Is that what happened? Or is it literally just Sean McVay saying he wants to split the backfield? I'm taking Akers. I feel like I haven't even been drafting much of Akers before this, because when he was going with the elite quarterbacks and elite tight ends, we were taking them. I guess I have 8% Cam Akers drafted, but I guess it's going to be a lot more from here on out. As if Akers is falling to pick 58, I'm taking Akers 58. There are definitely red flags. Yeah, he tore his Achilles 12 months ago. 100%. He looked very bad in the playoffs this past year. Like, there are definitely red flags with Cam Akers' profile, but this is a running back that before the torn Achilles was a late round 1, early round 2 draft pick in these drafts. Like, people forget the hype that you had centered around centered around Cam Akers. And it was because he was an elite level prospect coming out of college. And at the same time, he crushed at the end of his rookie season, dealing with the rib injury during the middle of his rookie year. So he didn't really do anything during that time period. But at that end, it was perfect. Casey says Team 10 has the dream start of Kelsey, Mixon, Allen, A-Rob, and Godwin. I really do like it. I think it is a pretty strong start as well. I'm not a massive Allen Robinson pick 39 guy, but outside of that, I do like the start. So now we have Elijah Moore, Jalen Hurts going to Derek at the 5-6 turn. So Bateman falling, as he should. Like, I don't get why Bateman goes as early as he does. I mean, if Bateman falls to 66, if he falls 12 picks past his ADP, sure, I'll take him. But no, that's not happening. Bateman goes there at 63. We'll take Montgomery. I'll take Amon-Ra St. Brown. Beyond that, I'm not taking Dillon. I'll probably go for an Amari or Drake London. LOLG says, all in on Mixon, Waddle, Andrews this year. I'm all in on those three guys. I don't know if you're saying we are or you are, but yeah, I'm all in on those three guys. And now that you have Montgomery going off, let's make this a very boring live stream. Let's make this a very boring live stream. Let's go through and put all our chips in one of the riskiest baskets you can find. But in these streams in particular, in these tournament drafts in particular, what I'm looking for is that elite level ceiling weeks 15, 16, 17 that we have discussed so much. So I'm going to keep drafting these Browns. Probably lose a lot of money for it, but if it works out, we can win a lot of money as well. The tall guy says, why is anyone in on Jalen Waddle? Oh, my friend, if you are not a fan of the Jalen Waddle fan club, let me change your mind on this one. Let me go through and pull up my 2022 fantasy football draft guide, which you can get by going and making a $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you make that deposit so you get that draft guide. You can find the link in the description. They'll also match your deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. And at the same time, you will get our 2022 rankings. I'm sorry. Why can I not find this right now? Okay, perfect. Just found this. Okay. If we're looking at Jalen Waddle in his rookie season, of course, Jalen Waddle was already a top prospect coming in the NFL. You had the Miami Dolphins going out and trading the 12th overall selection, maybe it was the 13th, but the 12th or 13th overall selection and a future first to go get Jalen Waddle. That is how in on Jalen Waddle they were. And then after that, they went through, featured Jalen Waddle into their offense, where the rookie wide receiver was outshined by Jamar Chase. Feel bad for Jalen Waddle that he had to play in the same draft class as Jamar Chase, but he posts 7.7 targets per game, actually 8.9 targets per game his rookie season, and he posts 63 receiving yards per game his rookie year. If we filter out wide receivers with 7.7 targets per game their rookie year and 63 receiving yards, the guys you have are Odell Beckham Jr., Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Julio Jones, AJ Green, Mike Evans, Amari Cooper, and Jalen Waddle. That is how good Jalen Waddle is. It's a horrible situation, but he's an elite level talent. And we don't love Dalton Schultz. Trust me, I'm not a big Dalton Schultz fanboy, but we are getting him 9 picks behind his ADP here. And at the same time, we have Ezekiel Elliott. So we can set ourselves up with the double stack that I think is going to be a very unique one if we get Dak Prescott on the way back around here in the 8th round. So we're going to take Dalton Schultz, pick 79. We already have the elite level tight end to Mark Andrews. Maybe this gives us a unique combination weeks 15, 16, 17 for that playoff tournament. And we get Dak, pick 90. Let me know if y'all would have done anything different here. Derek says, Dak isn't happening for you, LOL. Oh, dear God, Derek has Lamb. Welp, never mind. I guess we need to go through and find a different option. After we take Dalton Schultz, though, you have Treylon Burks, Hunter Renfrow off the board. What we're really hoping for is we are hoping that we see a Hawkinson pick here, just given the fact that when you have Andrews and Dalton Schultz, obviously I can't take another tight end. Even if TJ Hawkinson were to fall to the 18th round, I can't take another one. We're just completely done. Pickles says, thoughts on team 4 so far? Okay, let's go through and let's check out Pickles' team at 4. This is Vince. Takes Kupp in the first. Completely agree with it. Evans in the second. I like it. Why are you taking Mike Williams over Leonard Fournette? Like, very rarely is Leonard Fournette going to fall this far. And I feel like when he does, you do need to go ahead. You need to take advantage of the value. Like, if you wanted to go through and just wait one round, take the wide receiver in the 4th with Deontay Johnson, get Leonard Fournette in the 3rd. Then all of a sudden, you're looking at, instead of Mike Williams and Breece Hall, Leonard Fournette and Deontay Johnson. Like, I'm going to prefer the Fournette and Deontay Johnson side of things. But anyway, Breece Hall 45. I like that pick in a vacuum. Love Justin Herbert at 52. I mean, actually, never mind. If you get Justin Herbert at 52, I guess the Mike Williams pick 28 selection does make sense. I don't think you can rely on Justin Herbert to pick 52 in every draft. Jacobs 69. Kadarius Toney 76. Interesting. Okay, so now let's pull this back around. We have Wilson off the board to a team that also has 2 elite level quarterbacks. Sky Moore going. We are going to take Clyde Edwards-Helaire as our running back 3 here. If we're looking at Tom Brady, it's going to be hard to get that correlation. I mean, we passed on Godwin in the 5th. We passed on Mike Evans in the 2nd. So I'm not dying to take Tom Brady here. I love the overall value that we're going to get with Clyde Edwards-Helaire pick 90. I think it's going to be a no-brainer. We talked a couple weeks ago about Clyde Edwards-Helaire being a massive value here in this range. So let's get him as our running back 3. I actually like this team so far. So at a wide receiver, we have Stephon Diggs, Michael Pittman, and Amari Cooper. At running back, we have Ezekiel Elliott, Cam Akers, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And at tight end, we have the combo of Mark Andrews and Dalton Schultz. I think this is a team with upside, and I think it's a team that is not going to be duplicated. I think it's a unique team with upside, which is what we are shooting for in every single one of these drafts. I think it's probably in the Puppy 3 when there are 200,000 teams in this contest. It's probably pretty damn hard to get a unique roster. And I think we're able to get that here. Okay. So West says Team 2 is nasty. Team 2 goes Jefferson, A.J. Brown, T. Higgins, Deontay Johnson, George Kittle, Adam Thielen, and then A.J. Dillon, Kareem Hunt. Yeah, I mean, if you punt running back through the first 6 rounds and you're still able to get the combo of A.J. Dillon and Kareem Hunt there at the turn, I think you are probably pretty happy with your start. That is a strong team, I'll say that. But Ramondre Stevenson off the board at 97. And real quick, guys, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel. If we hit 90,000 subs before the season starts, we are going to get a 24-hour live stream draft marathon going. I'm assuming y'all want to see that. If you do, make sure you drop that like. Okay, Tyler Lockett goes pick 100. Dawson Knox 101. Not dying to take Stafford here. I would take Stafford on the way back around. Kenneth Walker off the board. Let's go Claypool. Actually, yeah, we're going to go Claypool. I don't think we need to reach on a running back in this range. I think we're going to be fine with the trio that we have with Ezekiel Elliott, Cam Akers, as well as Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Derek Carr goes directly after. But if we're looking at a couple of these teams here, it's going to be very hard for the teams on this side of the draft board to take quarterbacks. You have this team with Josh Allen at pick 34. We're imagining they're not winning a quarterback anytime soon. You have Sweeney with the combo of Kyler Murray and Russell Wilson. We have Derek with Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott. So I think that we don't have to be worried about too many of these teams on this side of the draft board going with the quarterback. So Claypool is going to be the pick of 103 when I'm not a massive fan of Devin Singletary. We have talked about, I mean, Devin Singletary used to be one of the most overdrafted players here. You had like Devin Singletary going a full round before before James Cook, which is just the craziest thing ever. Zach Ertz goes 107. Okay, so that's to the team that took TJ Hawkinson. So maybe it's a good thing that we're getting a couple of these other teams stacking up tight ends. So Derek on the clock. Let's see what he decides to do. So Derek just goes through and he takes Pollard 7th round automatic. He sees Pollard in the 7th. He takes Pollard in the 7th. Tyler Boyd goes 108. Cordell Patterson off the board as well. There's one wide receiver that I think is a clear tier ahead of everyone else. I like Stafford. I mean, we could even go with the Rodgers because with an Aaron Rodgers, we can still end up getting Christian Watson on the way back round and possibly the 13th round. Melvin Gordon's probably a stay away at this point before we have more information with his injury. Like if we were to get the discount on a Melvin Gordon and we end up getting him, say in round 11, we go ahead and take him. But here it's probably going to be pretty hard. Okay. We order it. Stafford and Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson off the board, so we are going to get Matthew Stafford here in the 10th as our first quarterback. We don't have a ton of correlation. We don't have a Cup. At the same time, we don't have an Allen Robinson. So it's not like a dream to get Stafford here, but hell, we got Cam Akers. We're getting Stafford at a fine price point. Here he goes at 114. It's not going to be the most surprising thing in the world if you end up getting Matthew Stafford with more passing yards than Joe Burrow this upcoming season. If you get Matthew Stafford with more passing yards than a Tom Brady. Like, I know it's not the projection, but it's in the range of outcomes. It's in the card. So taking Stafford at 114 is going to be a no-brainer. Ryan says, why is Damian Harris falling so much? Okay, a couple things going on with Damian Harris. This is a running back that A, should have never been going so high because he has no receiving skill set at all. B, it sounds like at this point, there's some serious trade rumors that you have with Damian Harris possibly being moved off the New England Patriots. And C, people like themselves some Ramondre Stevenson. So that's why Damian Harris is going to be falling so far. Now, Kirk Cousins going pick 119. Cousins wasn't going to be someone we are too excited about drafting. Like, I probably wouldn't have taken Cousins if he fell to us at 127. I wish you could make trades in these underdog drafts. I would just go through and trade for as many 10th and 11th round selections as possible because I feel like once you have Garrett Wilson, Matthew Stafford, Melvin Gordon off the board, once you have that tier drop down to Julio Jones, Dameon Pierce, Jalen Tolbert, it feels like it's just two completely different sides of the draft. I mean, it is such a far drop off. Jimmy says, sounds like Mason has not gotten much of Ramondre Stevenson. No, I had a decent amount of Ramondre Stevenson a couple weeks ago. Like, literally, as of a month ago, I had like almost double-digit Ramondre Stevenson in drafts in terms of ownership percentage. I wasn't like sitting at 20% or anything, but I definitely had like 10, 11% Stevenson. Now I'm down to 6% on Ramondre Stevenson, but that's because I haven't drafted him in probably 2-3 weeks with his price point moving up so much. Okay. So now we have Darrell Henderson, 125. I don't exactly know what we're looking for here. It's just such a strong tier drop off. Like, none of these players are that appealing. Like, you know who I even like here? I don't want to say it because I think there's a decent chance he makes it to us on the way back around. We will take Rachaad White for his usage in the receiving game and obviously upside if you were to have anything to Leonard Fournette. I'm not jumping up and down with this Rachaad White selection by any means. There's actually a wide receiver that I probably prefer, but there's an outside chance that we get him on the way back around. Cole Kmet goes 128. Good for us. We want to see these tight ends get drafted. I mean, I love the value of someone like Freiermuth, but we can't take a Freiermuth. Okay, here. My dog is wanting to come in here. Let me see if she will. Usually she doesn't. Let everybody see it first. Oh my gosh. You gonna tell them anything? You gonna tell them to like and subscribe? Say like and subscribe. Do it now. Okay, there we go. You can lay down. Oh, you heard her, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you go down there, drop that like, subscribe to the channel. Now, Kenneth Gainwell going to Derek there, pick 133. He has Jalen Hurts going through and getting that running back that can draw targets out of the backfield. We would go Justin Fields if he makes it here at 138 because Justin Fields does have that rushing upside. I feel like it doesn't necessarily matter if we don't have anybody in Chicago to pair up with him. Let's see what this team does. This team on the clock only has one quarterback. They go Justin Fields. We're not interested in Tua. We don't have Waddle. We don't have Tyreek Hill. So let's go ahead. Let's take Jahan Dotson here at pick 138. And real quick, let me know, are we cutting in and out on this live stream? Are we having a bad connection and lagging overall? Please let me know ASAP. Now, Jahan Dotson, 138. In my opinion, it is going to be a strong value. I mean, I like a lot of these rookie wide receiver values. Like Dotson is appealing. I think Christian Watson's appealing at his price point. I think you're looking at Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson. I think all those wide receivers, yeah, they're in bad situations, but there's a decent chance that they do go out there and they just dominate this season. Okay. Derek says like 2 times. So like 2 times this entire stream. If it's only been 2 times this entire stream, we're just chilling. Okay, perfect. So KJ Osborne, 139. Jarvis Landry, 140. I'm assuming at this point, what we are hoping for is we really need to get this tier of tight ends off the board. This team on the clock already has 2 of these guys. They have Kittle and Goddard. I'm assuming they can't take another tight end, but we really hope that we see Freiermuth, Gesicki, and Hunter Henry all gone. But it looks like a lot of these teams already have 2 tight ends. Like this team at the 1303 is the combo of Darren Waller and Irv Smith Jr. So we're going to assume that they can't take another tight end. Yeah, so it would really help us if we get these guys off, but I don't know how possible it is. Sam says, I have the 102 and a 10-team Dynasty Superflex going Herbert, then a running back wide receiver with the 2nd pick, and then Hurts with the 3rd, hopefully. You're a beast. Thank you, my man, of course, for supporting the channel. I'll say, please do not map out your draft like that. Take Justin Herbert at the 102 if he's there. If not, take Josh Allen. And then go with the flow. Take the value. I mean, hell, if you have Kyle Pitts falling to you at the end of the 2nd round, don't go, oh, yeah, I was going to take a running back here at the end of the 2nd. No, you go Kyle Pitts. Like, please, go with the flow. Go with the value. Okay. So we are looking at one of these guys. Give us whoever. I'm fine with either option. Lawrence isn't going to be that intriguing here. We don't have ETN. We don't have Christian Kirk. Isaiah McKenzie off the board, 149. Perfectly fine. Get him off. Let's sit here and let's think for a second of what could potentially fit this team more. A KJ Hamler or a Williams pick. Jameson Williams is going to fall to us in the 14th round of these drafts a lot. I'm unsure if it would happen in this one in particular because we are looking at Derek picking there at the end and we have seen him go Jameson. But no, KJ Hamler off the board, so we will go ahead. We will take Jameson Williams. He is going to miss the beginning portion of the season. But as I've discussed so many times before, we are looking for the elite level ceilings in weeks 15, 16, and 17. That's what truly does matter. Matters so much. So Hunter Henry directly after us at pick 152. That's going to be good for us getting a decent value on the way back around, which we so desperately need. Like, dear God, it's going to be tough at wide receiver going forward, but I think we're honestly not in the worst spot at the wide receiver position. And with Stafford being able to hold down the fort at the beginning portion of the season, if we decide to go with a Deshaun Watson pick to be able to correlate with Amari Cooper, we still are going to be fine in a sense that we can wait until like the 18th round to get our next quarterback. So Winston goes 154. Winston wasn't going to be someone we were too interested in. Y'all know I have a ton of Thomas, but sadly, I don't have Michael Thomas as high of a percentage of my overall portfolio as I once did. Like, I'm not drafting Michael Thomas as aggressively with where he's going now compared to where we were a couple months ago, or just maybe even a month ago, right before training camp happened. Okay, so Romeo Dubs goes here, pick 156. Gerald Everett, 157. And guys, if we hit 1,200 likes in the live stream, we are going to fire up another draft after this. So if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like in the stream. Sam says, I think Drake London could be a wide receiver 1. Yeah, I think I have him ranked right on the borderline of our wide receiver 1s in our Dynasty Fantasy Football rankings. I think that's going to be, I think I have him like is our quarterback, wide receiver 13, wide receiver 14. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, so at this point, if we're looking at the quarterbacks in this range, like Matt Ryan, Daniel Jones, we didn't take Galladay earlier on. We don't have Tony. Like, I'm not going to be too interested in Daniel Jones. Like I said, I do like Watson, but I think we can get Deshaun Watson in the 15th round in every single draft. Maybe it doesn't happen in this one because I'm on the live stream drafting with y'all, and y'all are sickos like me. But we're not going to act like we're not drafting on the live stream. We're not going to act like, oh, we need to adjust our draft because we're on a live stream. We're just drafting how we always would. And I think if we're drafting as we always do, we just go ahead. We take Jamal Williams here. We get Jamal Williams as our running back 5, as someone that is going to see touches on a week-to-week basis alongside DeAndre Swift in this Detroit Lions offense. And if anything were to change, if DeAndre Swift were to see an injury, then all of a sudden Jamal Williams does step into a much larger workload. We know Jamal Williams isn't a strong pass-catching running back, but he's a capable pass-catching running back. So I think it's going to be a fine selection here at pick 162. Robert Tonyan goes 163. And that's good for us. Good for us to get these tight ends off the board. Even if I love the value of Tonyan, we still want to see him go. Liam coming out, thank you, my man, says, Damien Harris is the 4th running back on the Pats in catches throughout camp, ahead of Devontae Parker, Ramondre Stevenson. Does this matter? No, it does not matter. Like, if you are that far in the weeds where you are looking at reception totals for practice and translating that to potential NFL usage, no, it doesn't matter at all. Like, what I can tell you does matter is what we've seen from Damien Harris through his NFL career. If I go through and pull up my profile of him in our draft guide, Damien Harris has a total of 10 games in his NFL career with 0 receptions. Damien Harris has a total of 12 games in his NFL career with 1 reception. So Damien Harris has a total of 22 games in his NFL career with 0 or 1 receptions. He has 5 games with 2 or more. 5 games with 2 or more. And it looks like we're about 50 likes away from getting another draft going after this one. So if y'all want another draft, make sure you go down there. Drop a like on the live stream. Like I said, if we hit 1.2, we will go ahead. We'll get our 6th draft going. I think this is our 5th one. We've been live for about 3 hours. So make sure if you want to see it, you go down there, drop that like. And I think Zamir White off the board, 173. Zamir White's just someone I'm never going to be drafting here. Never. And we probably should have gone Matt Ryan in the last round. I'm usually just so used to just completely ignoring Matt Ryan. I didn't even notice that we took Michael Pittman in this draft. Like, it never crosses my mind, oh, we took Michael Pittman so we need to draft Matt Ryan, because I never draft Michael Pittman. Yeah, so we're going to get Deshaun Watson in the 15th. I know, guys. I get it. There's a chance he misses the season. 100%. Best case scenario, misses 6 weeks. But it's a $5 buy-in, $200,000 for first, where we're incentivized to get the majority of our production in weeks 15, 16, 17. Who can win us that $200,000? Corey Davis? Noah Fant? Zamir White? Or Deshaun Watson? Or a quarterback that's been a top 5 quarterback on a points per game basis every single season of his NFL career. In games that he has played, Deshaun Watson has a higher floor and ceiling combination of any quarterback in the NFL that we've seen over the past decade from a fantasy football perspective outside of Mahomes. LOLG says, didn't make the playoffs because of Barkley and Kelsey in 2021. I don't want to blame it too much on Kelsey. Kelsey wasn't horrible. Barkley, of course, was a different story. And yeah, I was drafting too much Saquon Barkley last year as well. I was going through and I was drafting Barkley last year. I'll admit it. Now we have Will Fuller 179, Marvin Jones 178. We're still going to be looking for another quarterback in this draft, whether that's Jared Goff or Carson Wentz. I like Jared Goff definitely as a better overall talent and definitely a better overall system that he's playing in with the elite offensive line, with Swift, with Jameson Williams, with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Hawkinson, DJ Chark. Like, he has so many weapons. But he does have, I believe, the bye week 6. And on top of that, Carson Wentz has his bye week is week 14 and is going to come at a cheaper price. So if Goff makes it back to us in the 17th round, we'll take Jared Goff there. But in terms of taking Goff in the 16th, maybe it'll be a little bit too rich. Yeah, Goff already goes, so that's not even in play. So let's go through and think about this. We need another wide receiver regardless. We are going to get Baker Mayfield no matter what on the way back around. A wide receiver that I'm going to reach on regardless if I have Deshaun Watson or not on my team is going to be David Bell. David Bell is discount Jarvis Landry. Like, David Bell is an 18th round selection right now that, in my opinion, is no different, maybe even better than someone like Wan'Dale Robinson, who's going significantly before him. Like, I think you should be going through, reaching on David Bell like we do here. I think it's more likely that we get sniped on David Bell coming back around to us in the 17th round than we get sniped on Carson Wentz. So let's make that play. And we are 10 likes away, ladies and gentlemen, to go up and fire another draft, our 6th draft on this stream. And it'll be a $5 puppy draft. So, of course, if you just want to join our next $5 draft here on Underdog, go to the link in the live chat. Go to the link in the description of the video. Go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up for Underdog Fantasy. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. You'll get our 2022 rankings. You'll get our 2022 Fantasy Football Draft Guide. And, most importantly, you can have some fun with us drafting on the live stream. So you can have some fun drafting with your friends, fun drafting in the public lobby. And it looks like how this stream is trending, we are getting that next draft going. But yeah, we just hit 1,200 likes on the stream. So let's make our next pick. Then we'll queue up a selection and then we'll bounce to that next draft. You can find that link in the description. And we do this every single night as well. You can draft with us every night you want to. Like, Derek's out here 100% of the time. Okay. Let's scroll this down. At quarterback so far, we have Stafford, Watson. We are bringing in a third quarterback. Running back, we have Zeke, Cam Akers, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Rachaad White, Jamal Williams. At tight end, we have 2 elite guys with Mark Andrews, Dalton Schultz. At wide receiver, we have Stephon Diggs, Michael Pittman, Amari Cooper, Chase Claypool. 3 rookies with Jahan Dotson, Jameson Williams, and David Bell. A very, very awkward team where I don't know if we should draft a 6th running back or if we should potentially draft an 8th receiver. This is a super awkward draft. Let's just see what value makes it back to us. Jonnu Smith goes 197. The W11 on the clock. The wall 11. The wall. Gosh, I'm stupid. Baker Mayfield goes 198. Let's look at the teams after us. We know Derek's not going to another quarterback. He has Hurts and Dak. This team has Rodgers and Lawrence. Maybe they could. This team has Allen and Winston. We take Allen. You're locked into 2. This team has... damn. You know what? No, we're going to take J.D. McKissic. We're going to take McKissic. We're going to really hope that we get Carson Wentz on the way back around. We'll queue up some quarterbacks here. We will bounce into that next draft. But if we take J.D. McKissic as our 6th running back here, I think he can slide in the flex spot for us occasionally. We can then get the double stack with Carson Wentz. Okay, yeah. Let's do that. And we'll queue up like a Mariota, Trubisky, just in case. But let's go fire up this next draft. It's going to be that Puppy 3 $5 draft on Underdog Fantasy. First place gets paid. Second place gets paid. Small percentage of every league pot set aside for the fantasy football tournament at the very end of the season, where it's a $200,000 first place prize with a $5 buy-in. Hell yes. Good news, bad news. Bad news is it looks like this entire draft room is filled with people from the live stream, people a part of the flock. So it's going to be a very, very tough draft. That's bad news. Good news is we get the 103. We're probably coming away with Justin Jefferson. Good news, bad news there. But I'll be happy with it. Derek gets the 101. Let's see what he does. I don't think I've seen Derek draft from the 101. We have Kratos out here. I think that they used to draft with us every single night last year. Pop-Tart is someone, I believe that's Michael, used to draft with us every single night last year. Drew is someone that was a part of the flock last year. J-Bro joined the flock this season, if I'm remembering correctly. And of course, Derek's out here. He's been in every single draft with us over the past 100 of these. So thank you guys for coming out, drafting with us. Y'all know I appreciate all of y'all. This dog is definitely annoying me. Come here. What are we doing? What are we doing for this draft? Come here. What do you think? We go Jefferson here? You want to make the pick? We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Justin Jefferson. She said it was a good idea. She said Matthew Stafford has something wrong with his elbow. She doesn't trust it. So she is just going to prefer to go Justin Jefferson, not even have to worry about the elbow injury here. And now let's... What do you think? What do you think? What are we doing round 2? Javonte? Melvin Gordon has a knee injury. You know that, right? Okay, Jamar Chase goes 5. Very standard draft. I'll call you back up here when we need you again. We don't need your expert advice right now. But looks like it's just a super standard draft so far through the first 5 picks. I mean, this is literally going at ADP. We're still going through ADP here with Austin Eckler at 6. J-Bro on the clock. Let's see if he's the first person to mix it up. Let's see if he just goes ahead and if he takes Stephon Diggs here at 7. Yeah, I'm assuming we see Diggs. Yeah, Diggs off the board. Brian on here. Let's see. Maybe he goes Derrick Henry. I feel like you don't see Derrick Henry fall to pick 12, 13 as often as he did a couple weeks ago. I feel like maybe now that we're getting closer to the season, more of the casual drafters are coming in that are willing to draft Derrick Henry here. So you are getting Derrick Henry consistently off at pick 8, pick 9. Trust me, I like the value of Derrick Henry at pick 8, pick 9. Like, I don't think he should be a top 5 selection. He has glaring red flags. But yeah, no, you have Brian deciding to take Devontae Adams at 8. It's just tough for that to happen. Joseph says, let's beat the records for likes on a live stream. We probably already have, to be completely honest with you, my man. I don't know if we've ever gotten 1,200 likes on a live stream before. What do y'all think, guys? Have we gotten 1,200 likes on a stream before? If someone in this live stream knows, let me know. But I think this is already a record-breaking live stream. I mean, I don't even know if we've ever done 6 drafts in a live stream before. We've had a lot of streams with 5. I don't know if we've had a live stream with 6. Dalvin Cook goes at 8. Najee Harris at 11. Okay, so Najee Harris is one of those players that you just have no idea where he's going. Sometimes you see Najee at like 6 or 7, and sometimes you see him all the way down there at like 16. Like one of those players that just has an extremely wide range of where he's drafted. And then Joe Mixon goes at 13. CeeDee Lamb goes at 14. Okay. I think that this is just going to be a tough room to find value in. Maybe we're going to have to be the guy that goes a little crazy, that maybe reaches where we shouldn't to create a unique combo, because if everybody here is just drafting based on ADP, we're not going to be able to create a unique combo just organically. Joshua says, just signed up on Underdog, hoping to draft with you soon. Thank you so much, my man. If you just signed up for Underdog, you're going to notice that the second you sign up, you're going to get that 100% deposit match. You're going to see that, like, if you deposited $20, you have $40 in your account immediately. But the draft guide and the rankings are going to take about an hour or 2 to register through the Underdog system, to attach you to promo code FLOCK, and to send you the email with our draft guide and rankings. So please check your email about an hour or 2 after you signed up. And if you don't see it there, check your spam, and it'll 100% either be in your spam or your regular email. And if you still somehow don't see it, and you did make a deposit and you didn't just click on the link, and you made a $10 deposit with Underdog, make sure you send me an email, and I'll get that situation sorted out for you immediately. LOL Jesus, Mason, I remember a while ago someone took Brady at 1. On this live stream, someone took Brady at 1? I personally don't remember that. I don't remember that happening. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take Alvin Kamara pick 22. I think based on everybody else in this draft just drafting based off ADP, we are going to have to be the drafter that mixes it up a bit. We are going to have to be the drafter that takes these players out of order so we can still create a combination that has access to upside and is unique. Because usually you can create a unique order by still just taking some of the best players available according to ADP if other drafters are not doing the same. But if everybody's doing the same, Derek friggin' steals our thunder here. He decides to go Kyle Pitts pick 25. Kyle Pitts was my 3rd round selection. Okay, well that kind of sucks. Don't know what we want to do now. We went Kamara, pick 22. Now, all this big game we were talking about and mixing things up, I just don't see taking Connor or ETN here having the same ceiling that you're getting from a Chubb or a Leonard Fournette. So you know what? I think we have drafted Watson in every single draft so far this live stream. And I'm not recommending you do the same. I understand my risk. I understand the pain that I may be inflicting on myself if Watson is suspended for the entire season. But I'm willing to take these swings in tournament drafts to try to come away with the top 0.1 percentile outcome. So I'm not recommending you do it because I think on average, like the majority of situations, you're probably losing money. But this is money I'm willing to lose. And I think that we could have access to that just record-breaking season in terms of weeks 15, 16, 17 are expected value if we get Watson playing during that time. And we're taking 3rd round Nick Chubb, late 6th round Amari Cooper, and 15th round Deshaun Watson. Okay, so we have Mike Williams, Michael Pittman off the board here, 31 and 30. Guys that honestly don't really have a take. They were going to go off the board almost regardless. This is not a surprise whatsoever. So it's not like we can say, oh, crap, Michael Pittman went off the board. Mike Williams went off the board. We were hoping that we got... No, there was a 0% chance we are ever going to get those guys. Okay, so Sutton goes 33, DJ Moore 32, James Conner 34. So this is what I was talking about. Really does not look like anybody is mixing it up here. It looks like every single one of these selections is just sitting there off the top of ADP. And if an entire draft room is doing this, it's going to be tough to find value, so you have to go out of your way for it. Now, the one player that is falling a considerable amount is going to be Josh Allen. Josh Allen falls all the way to 36 here. Very rarely are you getting Josh Allen to fall this far. I think it makes sense why he would fall this far just based on the quarterback values that you could potentially get in the 5th round. Now, I'll say if you're drafting with me and I'm picking here at the end of the 4th, the beginning of the 5th, you better be prepared. You better know that you are not getting Lamar Jackson. You're not getting Patrick Mahomes. You're not getting Justin Herbert falling to you in the middle of the 5th round because I will take one of those guys at the beginning of the 5th. I'm not going to take Brandon Cooks, not going to take Metcalf over them. We talked about this in depth. But let me see, at this point, how much Lamar and Mahomes do I have? So I feel like I come away with those guys in almost every draft, as well as like Waller or Kittle. I have 18% Mahomes, 12% Lamar, 13% Watson. I thought I had more Waller than that. I only have 11% Waller and 14% Kittle. I thought I had a lot more Darren Waller than that. I kind of felt bad because Waller used to go in the middle of the 4th as well, and I liked that price point. Now he goes in the 5th. Yeah, I felt bad because I thought I had drafted too much Darren Waller, but it looks like I haven't. Okay, so y'all know from Underdog, you can go through and you can filter your exposures by the amount of buy-ins that you have in an individual player, as well as the ownership percentage that you have that player. Like how many drafts you've drafted them in, or just what's the most expensive player you have. I don't know a better way to phrase that. But anyway, go to the live chat right now. This isn't my most drafted player, but guess the player that I have the most money in so far this offseason? Please let me know. Please let me know. Deontay Johnson goes pick 47. Yeah, we're going to take Allen Robinson at 46. He never makes it here. I think this is a way that we can have access to a little bit of a unique combo. We'll get one of Judy, Lamar, or Mahomes. We're going to get one of these guys. Kittle goes at 49 to Derek. We're going to get one of these guys. Okay, so we're going to get Jerry Judy. Like, this is a unique combo. I spoke too soon. I thought that we weren't going to have access to one of those falling players that does give us a unique team. But I think Jerry Judy, pick 51, 100% will be that. Drew, I like his start. They're getting Patrick Mahomes in the 5th with the 4 wide receiver build. But nobody is correct so far with the guess of my most expensive player. Patrick Mahomes is my most drafted player at 18%. But I do not have the most entry fees into Patrick Mahomes. There's a player that I have way too much. I guess maybe I drafted him in the $500 draft and the $1,000 draft. Nobody's right about this. It's Deontay Johnson. I have a crap ton of Deontay Johnson. And Deontay Johnson, probably not a great call for me to have a crap ton of him, because we used to be drafting him there at the beginning of the 4th round, the middle of the 4th round, and now he goes to the 4-5 turn. Like, we've lost expected value on Deshaun Watson. I mean, with Deontay Johnson with that pick, but I'm still taking Deontay Johnson, the wide receiver 7 last year on a points per game basis. Every chance that I get. I mean, yes, we go Allen Robinson here, but we need to diversify some, and we can get Deontay Johnson in the late 4th in every single draft. We can't get Allen Robinson here in every draft. So now we have Mahomes and Lamar going directly after our picks. Yeah, I like a lot of these teams here. So Bateman goes 58, Thomas 57. So we have that entire run on wide receivers. Derek goes with a unique approach where he decides to double tap the elite level tight ends with Kyle Pitts and George Kittle here. Not too many teams are going to have that start that Derek came away with CMC, AJ Brown, Kyle Pitts, Gabriel Davis, and Kittle. 6 letters says, just some support. Good luck this season, brother. No, thank you so much. You're supporting more than enough by just hanging out with me every single night in this stream, my man. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. Okay. So now Amon-Ra St. Brown goes pick 61. Is Cam Akers? Oh, no. Cam Akers went at 42. I was going to say, is Cam Akers still on the board? Am I just the sucker drafting Cam Akers in the 5th round almost every single draft tonight? But Akers goes 42. So it looks like J-Bro is a bigger sucker than I am. I know he's watching this live stream. My man, looks like you're a bigger sucker than I am. I'm taking Akers in the 5th and getting made fun of. Guys, rip into this guy. He took Akers 42. Side note, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Okay, now let's move this down. If I thought it was the worst thing in the world, I wouldn't be taking so much Cam Akers in the 5th. A.J. Dillon goes pick 65. We're going to be fine with that. I'm not dying to get A.J. Dillon here. P-Side says, all right, sent an email about not getting the guide to the flock email. Tried contacting you on Instagram, right? Oh, yeah, guys, if you DM me on Instagram, I'm sorry. There's a good chance I never reply. If you DM me on Instagram, I'm probably not going to see it. If you DM me on Twitter, I'm probably not going to see it. I follow a total of 0 people on both those platforms because I try to be on there the least that I can. Now, we're going to get Jalen Hurts here. This is a dream, especially if we can get Devonta Smith on the way back around. At Jalen Hurts pick 70, I love Hurts, in my opinion, playing behind an elite level offensive line, the best offensive line in the NFL according to PFF. With A.J. Brown coming over, with him going into year 2 in his rushing upside, I do think it's in the cards. I think it's in the range of outcomes for Jalen Hurts to be the quarterback 1 overall in fantasy. So I'm assuming we get Derek with a Lance pick here, just given the fact that he decided, yeah, he went Kittle in the 5th. So he goes Lance at pick 72. He goes Brandon Ayuk to get the double stack there with a Lance and Ayuk. It seems shade on the clock. They have Burrow, Jonathan Taylor, Dobbins, Tyreek, Higgins, and Deontay. They go DeAndre Hopkins. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I continue to do this. I thought we were going to get Smith, but instead we're going to go Amari Cooper. We're going to bring in that correlation with Nick Chubb. Looks like this is going to be yet again another 15th round Deshaun Watson draft. It's going to be yet again a team betting on the Browns for weeks 15, 16, 17. Oh, dear God. John says, is this your last draft of the night? This is the 6th draft of the night. Probably the last one. If we hit something, if we just smashed our all-time like record, if we hit 1,500 likes on the live stream, we will fire up another draft after this one. I won't even put the bar that high. How about if we hit 1,450? That is approximately, I think, 170 likes away. If we get 170 more likes in the stream right now, we will go ahead. We will fire up another draft. The next one we'll do is just definitely a $5 draft. My brain is mush at this point. Like, I'm not hopping into another $250 draft. We would just get a $5 puppy draft going. But after we take Amari Cooper, I'm so excited about this draft. This is honestly, in my opinion, probably my favorite draft so far. Like, if we're going to go through and look at this, at wide receiver, we have Justin Jefferson, Allen Robinson, Jerry Jeudy, and Amari Cooper. So our top 4 guys. At running back, we have the combo of Alvin Kamara and Nick Chubb. We have the elite level quarterback in Jalen Hurts. We're not going to have Hurts stacked up unless we end up getting Dallas Goddard at the 8-9 turn, which is very easy to do. Like, we can easily get Dallas Goddard there. So I think we can stack Hurts with Goddard. If it doesn't happen, it's not the end of the world, because when we're drafting Jalen Hurts, we're not necessarily betting on the Philadelphia Eagles passing offense. Instead, what we are going to be betting on is we are going to be betting on the ability for Jalen Hurts to go out there and be an elite level rushing quarterback. So hopefully that works out. And I'll say it again. Looks like we will be going ahead, taking 15th round Deshaun Watson, and then probably a quarterback in either the 17th or 18th to try to get us through the beginning portion of the season. Okay, Clyde Edwards-Helaire goes 86. Kareem Hunt goes 87. Let's pull this back around. So because Derek is picking at the 101, looks like Tony Pollard is not off the board yet. Usually you would have Tony Pollard off the board in the 7th to Derek, of course. Teresa says Cousins to go with Jefferson. I do think it would be intriguing to go through and get that correlation, but the issue is when we take Chubb and Amari Cooper, and when there's so much doubt and uncertainty centered around Watson, I'm trying to pile up as many Deshaun Watson 15th round shares as I can. Like, I think there are going to be a crazy amount of teams that have Cousins and Jefferson stacked up. I don't think it's that unique. I think if we are really trying to swing for the fences, that's something that we can do. Jordan says, got ETN and T. Higgins, picked 36, 37 in a PPR format. What are your thoughts? Love it. I would say, oh, okay, well, we can assume that if you're playing in a casual league, maybe those wide receivers slide down draft boards, but still getting ETN there at 37 makes it where you still got a running back value. Yeah, I think that's a great start, my man. Okay. So Derek asked if we were taking Tony Pollard. We were going to take Tony Pollard if he fell to us a big 94. If we would have got Pollard in 94, I think that would have been a no-brainer. But at this point, we just go ahead, take one of these rookie wide receivers, and then hope that we get Dallas Goddard on the way back around. The only team we'd have to worry about taking a tight end would be Shade. Like, we would have to be worried about them taking a tight end, given the fact that Derek already has the combination. He already has 2 tight ends. He's done. He's done. So let's try to get greedy here. We're playing for a top 0.1 percentile outcome when we do this, of course. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Treylon Burks. And says, is this a best ball super flex? Did Underdog launch a super flex draft today? Let me look this up. Yeah, I don't see a super. No, this is not a super flex. It's not a super flex, and it doesn't look like Underdog's launched one today either. Okay, so Chris Olave, Ramondre Stevenson goes, as well as James Cook. We need to dodge the Goddard. We need to dodge the Goddard. Give us Goddard. Give us Goddard. Come on. This team went Chris Olave. They're pick 95. We have Hurts. That's why we need Goddard. Oh, dear God. Oh. Shot right through the heart there. Right through the heart. Let's go MVS. Hell, let's get a piece of this Kansas City Chiefs offense that I think across the board is probably a little bit undervalued. I still want to bet on the Kansas City Chiefs being one of the most productive offenses in football this upcoming season. So we will snipe the Patrick Mahomes team who thought that they were going to get the double stack. There was Sky Moore and MVS at the 8-9 turn. It sucks that we get sniped on Goddard. It's not the end of the world, though. I still think this is a fantastic team. Fantastic team with the elite level quarterback. As I said, with Jalen Hurts, he's unlike other QBs where I think we can get away with not necessarily having him stacked up, given the fact that this is someone that we're betting on the rushing upside. This is a rushing upside bet. Primarily, it would have 100% been optimal to get Dallas Goddard in here as our tight end one at a value that we liked, combined with Jalen Hurts. But we're still fine. We're still fine. Especially if we take MVS as our 6th wide receiver, I may want to say we only have to take 7 of these guys total. Okay, let's move this down. We have Dawson Knox, Zach Ertz going off the board here, 102, 103. Derek Carr off the board at the 104. Ooh, sorry. Let me scroll this up. What are we hoping for? I'm assuming we're hoping for some running back value on the way back around. Like if we were to get a Stafford on the way around, that would be fantastic. Like we have Allen Robinson. Of course, it would be beautiful to bring in Matthew Stafford. That's not my initial plan because whenever we double stack Nick Chubb and Amari Cooper, kind of looking at Watson. Like I just want to be trying to get as much Watson in here as specifically in the Puppy 3 because it's 200,000 teams in this contest. So you do have to look for those extreme outlier examples. But it would be an outlier getting Stafford with Allen Robinson. What? It would be a total of 14 picks past his ADP if he fell all the way to us. And we would get that pairing. Now, Drew, I'd imagine, would go ahead and he would just slam the button on Matthew Stafford. At least that's what I would do if I were him. But a man can dream. Stafford goes to pick 111, so Drew doesn't even have the option either. Kirk Cousins goes to 112. We weren't going to take Cousins regardless. Cameron says, promise he's not stream sniping. Yeah, I'm not worried about anybody coming in here and stream sniping us. If I were you, I probably would have gone MVS, but I completely understand the thought process to go with Dallas Goddard there. Like, that's why I'm not sitting here crying about it, because I understand why you would want to go ahead and why you would want to take Dallas Goddard. Now Tyler Boyd's off the board. After Tyler Boyd's off the board, we have a massive teardrop. A massive teardrop where I just have no idea what the hell to do. Like, what am I supposed to do at this point? I'm not a big Tolbert guy. I understand Tolbert usually goes way before this. But what do y'all do at this turn? Like, honestly, the next 40 picks are all the same to me. We have 1 vote for Damian. 1 vote for Julio. Yeah, people saying game ball in the running backs. We'll go ahead. We'll take Dameon Pierce here. Don't love it. I 100% don't love it. I mean, I think if we're looking at some of the other running backs that we're going to see on the way back around, like in the 12th and 13th rounds, are going to be similar to these guys. But it is what it is. This is just a horrible spot to be picking from. Like, literally, once you have Tyler Boyd off the board, I think Tyler Boyd is like Tyler Boyd, Cordell Patterson, Rodgers, Stafford, Claypool, Kenneth Walker, Melvin Gordon, Garrett Wilson, Devin Singletary. I think all those guys are a tier above what we're looking at now. But once they're off the board, like, what's the real difference between like Devontae Parker and a wide receiver that we'll see I pick 149 with Robbie Anderson? Like, what's the real gap between Devontae Parker and Robbie Anderson? Y'all said y'all wanted the rookie running backs. We'll go ahead. We'll continue to take these rookie running backs. Let's get Rachaad White. Let's get a running back that can catch passes out of the backfield and someone that would have upside if we were to have an injury to Leonard Fournette. It's not the easiest pick in the world to make, but it is what it is. And real quick, guys, we are literally 90 likes away. 90 likes away from getting another draft going. I probably should have said 1,500. I didn't realize how many of you did not drop a like in the live stream the second you got in here. Disappointed with you, by the way. what are you doing? The second you click on one of our videos, the second you click on a live stream. Come on, guys. We're on a mission to 90,000 subs. You got to be liking it every single time. But regardless, if we hit 14.5, 1,450, we'll fire up another one. Now, Fields goes 127. Justin Fields is intriguing in this range because he does have access to that rushing ceiling. But I think it's going to be very hard to take him. Wait 1 second. Sorry, had to let someone in. But anyway, looking at Justin Fields, I think it's going to be very hard to take him with this build whenever we've already kind of made ourselves pot committed to go ahead and to go after that Cleveland Browns offense for the final 3 weeks. Like if we take Fields here over these running backs in this range, I'm not going to be comfortable stopping after 5 running backs. And I think that we would, at that point, probably have to go through and only draft 2 QBs. Games Pending says you should at least have 1 million subs. I don't know if 1 million people play fantasy football. Maybe 1 million people play fantasy football, but there's definitely not 1 million people watching fantasy football YouTube videos. I'll tell you that much. Jahan Dotson goes 133. So at this point, Gallup, someone that I really like, and sometimes he falls to us in the 12th. Same thing with Christian Watson. We're not going to get him either. Just wide receivers with real upside. I think a couple of these tight ends, I'd be fine with making it back to us here at the end of the 12th. If we're looking at a Tua Tagovailoa, Tua is probably not going to be that intriguing unless we want to take Tua here in the 12th and then bring it back around with Gesicki in the 13th. However, at the same time, we want to be getting Watson very late. I know I'm the only person on the planet that wants to, but when people are scared, that's when I'm going to be stupid and attack and probably just being taken advantage of. But how? Love the Jet says, on your Dynasty channel, do you have a rookie mock draft? Yeah, I mean, I have so much rookie content on that Dynasty channel. All we do is talk about rookies like all offseason. Like you can go through and you can find a ridiculous amount of rookie rankings videos, deep breakdowns on rookies, and a rookie mock draft on that Dynasty channel. Okay, so now at this point, we have Kenneth Gainwell going off the board at 139. Let's see. I mean, I don't want to say too much. Let's be quiet here. Let's see what falls to us. So Tyler Algier goes 140. Drew on the clock. They've gone Mahomes, Gibson, Harris, Darrell Henderson through the first 3. With their first 3 running backs. So I would assume that they were going to end up going like Naheem Hines to bring in another RB. But we're going to take Devontae Parker here at 142. I think getting Devontae Parker as our wide receiver 7 with this build in particular makes it where we don't have to just continue to slam in wide receivers in the later rounds if we don't like the value. I don't think we have to take another wide receiver for a very long time. We're going to end up getting either Gesicki or Hunter Henry. And what would be really intriguing is if we end up getting Hunter Henry here at pick 147, then we could end up getting the correlation with that double stack in the New England Patriots offense with a combination of Devontae Parker, Hunter Henry. If we want to take 15th round Deshaun Watson, 16th round Mac Jones, we could go through and do that. And Mac Jones has a bye week, week 10. So I think that could be a pretty strong call. Hamler goes 145. Yeah, Gesicki off the board, so we're going to go with Hunter Henry as our tight end 1. Really like this. I really like this setup so far. Would have been a much better team if we ended up getting Dallas Goddard over Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Like, trust me, this team would be unbelievable if we ended up getting Dallas Goddard paired up with Jalen Hurts. Still a pretty good team. And I think he does have a lot of upside. Okay, so let's scroll this down. Okay, so we have some Tua Tagovailoa questions in the live chat. Guys, why the hell are you asking me Tua questions? Realistically speaking, have I ever caught a pass from Tua Tagovailoa? No. No. And we have someone who has caught multiple passes from Tua Tagovailoa, who has hung out with Tua on a day-to-day basis, who knows what great quarterback play is like because he caught passes since 2018 from Patrick Mahomes. Tyreek Hill has told you everything you need to know about Tua Tagovailoa. He is the most accurate quarterback in the NFL, and he is better than Patrick Mahomes. If you don't want to believe me, go ask Tyreek Hill. It's that simple, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes it's that easy. Of course, all jokes aside, I don't love Tua here. Unless you drafted Tyreek Hill in the second round, unless you draft Jalen Waddle at the beginning of the fourth, I'm very rarely ever taking Tua Tagovailoa. I mean, this is a quarterback that I'm hoping can be good because I've drafted a crap ton of Jalen Waddle. A crap ton of Jalen Waddle. So hopefully he's good enough to support our Jalen Waddle investment. But in reality, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So we have a lot of wide receivers going off the board after we take Hunter Henry pick 147. So probably a pretty good thing for us whenever we're looking at the situation where we don't necessarily need to continue to stack in these wide receivers. Okay, so Herbert goes 157. Luke says cheetah turn into a hyena. I really like that call. I'm assuming you saw that on Twitter or something. Regardless where you saw that, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Okay, so Herbert goes 157. Carter goes 158. David Njoku was honestly a player that I thought we were going to be bringing in as our second tight end. I thought we were going to go David Njoku and then Deshaun Watson on the turn here. Okay, let's bring this back up. Tyler Higbee goes 159. So if we're looking at other quarterbacks that we could possibly take, like a Matt Ryan, I don't love it. Yeah, you could go Matt Ryan and then take Paris Campbell, take Alec Pierce later on, but I'm really not excited about that. Daniel Jones, you could go Daniel Jones and Wan'Dale Robinson here on the turn. Reality, I'm not going to be that excited about that either. So we'll see what happens. This team on the clock right now, Jay Bros, has 5 running backs, 5 wide receivers, 2 QBs. I'd imagine they're probably done a quarterback with Brady and Fields. I'm not sure. Maybe they take a third guy. I don't think you have to be done if you love the value of a quarterback. D-Shack, they have the Los Angeles Chargers stack with a combination of Herbert and Matt Ryan. Pop-Tart on the clock. Interesting that D-Shack wouldn't go. Actually, no, they were done at tight end. They already had Andrews and Dawson Knox. They couldn't take Gerald Everett. I was going to say, I feel like if you have Herbert and Austin Eckler, you should probably go ahead and you should probably end up just taking Gerald Everett here in this round. Wan'Dale goes 164. Drew on the clock. No idea what the hell they do. It seems like they have a very balanced team overall. Van Jefferson off the board. We will go ahead. We'll take Gerald Everett. We'll get a tight end that should have access to very high quality targets from Justin Herbert. We'll get a tight end that hopefully can carve himself out a role in one of the best offenses in football and provide us with some random spike week touchdowns. Now, after this, I don't know what to expect from either of these teams. We needed a tight end. The tight end was the no-brainer pick. We are going to have 4 more selections. We definitely need at least 1 more running back. We definitely need at least 1 more tight end. And 1 more quarterback. Marvin Jones goes 169. Shade on the clock. Let's see what they decide to do. This team has Galladay, so I'd imagine they go Daniel Jones here. They only have Joe Burrow quarterback. They go Crowder over Daniel Jones. Very interesting. We committed to this being a 15th round Deshaun Watson team whenever we decided to take Nick Chubb and Amari Cooper. Yes, we're probably punting our median projection. On average, we are going to be losing grounds with our expected advance rate to go to the fantasy football playoffs due to this Deshaun Watson selection. However, at the same time, we are going to have access to an elite level ceiling in weeks 15, 16, and 17, given this Deshaun Watson selection. And in this specific tournament contest, where it's a $5 buy-in, first and second place in this 12-team league gets paid and advances into that massive tournament, I'm going to prioritize weeks 15, 16, and 17. That's what I'm personally going to be going for. Now, Noah Fant goes off the board 176. I would really like to have Noah Fant make it back to us at 190, but it's just unrealistic to assume that that's going to happen. Cameron says Daniel Jones will be out by week 8. Are you saying with an injury? Like, what do you think is going to happen with Daniel Jones? What's the depth chart behind him? Depth chart Giants. Let's look this up. I don't even know who's playing behind him. Is it still like Jake Fromm? And no, it's Tyrod Taylor and Davis Webb. Are you saying that Daniel Jones is going to be out with an injury, or are you saying he's going to get pulled? Okay, so Corey Davis goes 181. Hayden Hurst goes 180. Jordan says, dude, I'm hammered. Would you punt quarterback in a regular league? All jokes aside, Jordan. I hate to be that guy, but it's probably not a great idea to be hammered on a Wednesday night in a fantasy football live stream. Okay, that's the first thing I want to say. Second thing, in a regular fantasy football format, I think you used to be able to get away with punting quarterback. But at this point, when these rushing quarterback options have a ceiling so much higher than just actual streamers, you probably want to go ahead. You probably want to just grab one of those elite level guys, like even a Lance. In a casual fantasy football format, you should be able to get Lance at a very reasonable price. Okay, Tyrion Davis-Price goes to 185. We do need another running back here. Tyrion Davis-Price is someone I was drafting at a much more expensive cost than this. Like, I've lost money drafting Tyrion Davis-Price even before the season started, because I used to draft Tyrion Davis-Price in like the 14th round, and here he's going in the 16th. How much Tyrion Davis-Price do I actually have? I feel like I have a decent amount. Can we look at this? I have 7% price. I thought I had more, but still not great. Okay. So I guess maybe, even though we don't have any of these stacks, like we were planning on getting a third quarterback on this team regardless. Like Daniel Jones is a great pick here. Daniel Jones pick 190. Daniel Jones does have some rushing upside. It's going to be a super easy selection. And then after that, I don't exactly know what we're going to do. Maybe we take Dearness Johnson and just make a bet that Kareem Hunt's traded, and then all of a sudden Nick Chubb's expected value would skyrocket as well as Dearness Johnson. Okay, so Derek on the clock. Let's see what he decides to do. He goes Dearness Johnson in 192. Sniping us. Oh, thank you, my man. Okay, I think we have a clear pick if a player falls to us in the 17th. I don't know. We are stuck here. Stuck. So let me look at my wide receiver core. We have Jefferson, Allen Robinson, Jerry Jeudy, Amari Cooper, Treylon Burks, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, and Devontae Parker. I feel like we have to be done at wide receiver. I don't think we're strong enough at running back and tight end to not take another running back and not take another tight end. So we're going to take J.D. McKissic at running back. Donovan Peoples-Jones would be a smash pick here on a Deshaun Watson build, but the issue is it looks like we are just not going to be able to take another wide receiver. And if we take J.D. McKissic here, we can actually backdoor some correlation in this Washington passing offense, because we can take McKissic at this point. And then we can go ahead and decide to take Logan Thomas in the last round. I actually really like Logan Thomas as an 18th round selection as a tight end that at this point doesn't really get drafted at all anymore. You have Logan Thomas going behind the Tampa guys in every single draft. You have Logan Thomas going behind Brevin Jordan in every single draft, Taysom Hill in every single draft. And hell, if Logan Thomas can be healthy, which isn't necessarily guaranteed, I don't know. Derek, what do you think you would do with our build? Do you think I just messed up and we didn't go wide receiver heavy enough? Like, if you're looking at this, running back, we have Kamara, Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, Rachaad White, and J.D. McKissic. I feel like we have to be done with those 5 running backs. We're just done and square there. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Allen Robinson, Jerry Jeudy, Amari Cooper, Treylon Burks, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and Devontae Parker. I feel like it's not the strongest wide receiver core in the league, but I feel like we have to be done. Quarterback, we go Jalen Hurts, Deshaun Watson, Daniel Jones. At tight end, we have Gerald Everett, Hunter Henry. I feel like we have to go with the 3rd tight end. It's just I like it. I think it's a unique build. And real quick, guys, we are 20 likes away from firing up another draft after this. I don't know if we've ever gotten in a 7th draft on a live stream. This is our 6th right now. Maybe, I don't know. Everything's blurred together. I think this is our 6th draft on the stream. If y'all want to see a 7th, go down there, drop a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel. We will fire up another one after this. And of course, if you want to get in our next draft, whether that's tonight, tomorrow, we do these drafts every single night. Make sure you go to the link in the live chat, the link in the description. Go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up for Underdog Fantasy. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. And at the same time, you'll get our 2022 fantasy football rankings. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide with literally just a $10 deposit. And you're going to have some fun drafting with us here on the stream. But let's go through. Let's queue up our last tight ends. Looks like we did hit that like goal. So you know what? I'm not even going to show you all which tight end I draft because it doesn't necessarily matter. Did Logan Thomas freaking go? Yeah, we talked about Logan Thomas. So of course, is the one draft that Logan Thomas goes. Okay, so let's queue up our different tight ends, I guess. That's freaking annoying. And then we will go ahead. We will fire into another $5 puppy draft. Yeah, it looks like these puppy drafts are going to end relatively soon. So we need to get in as many of these as we possibly can. Okay, so let's fire this in here. And looks like this is filled immediately. 107. I'm not a massive fan of the 107. What I am happy to see is we have a post Dillon in here at the 101 drafting with us. I don't know the last time we've had him in a draft with us. Seems like a while. Dark Horse was a member of the flock last year out in every single draft. Happy to see him here again. Dakota says that he's in here with us. Dakota, let me know what your team name is here. Thank you. I'm happy to see you. Are you Dark Horse? He's Hugh Joss. Okay, so what pick are you there? Okay, you're pick 9. Okay, pick 9. Mr. Steph says, I want to go to bed, but I want to watch. I got great news for you, my man. If you want to go to bed, completely understand. If you're on the East Coast right now, it's about to be 1 a.m. I would probably go to bed, save your energy, have a productive day tomorrow, and don't you worry, I'll see you out tomorrow night. We'll see you out tomorrow night. You know we're live streaming every single night. Every single night. Okay. So now we have Jonathan Taylor off the board here at 1. Justin Jefferson off at 2. Just make sure that our pick went through on that other draft. Okay, yeah, we did end up getting a tight end that was not nearly as exciting or nearly as intriguing as Logan Thomas, but it is what it is. Jefferson going before Christian McCaffrey. Your CMC fall into 3. You do not see that as often as what you did a couple months ago. Okay, so Diggs goes. Are we getting Eckler? Yeah, we're going to go ahead, I guess. We're getting Austin Eckler, pick 7. I'm not jumping up and down with excitement. Austin Eckler is my 3rd running back in my rankings, but on Underdog, because you have to start 6 wide receivers, it does make it awkward having to go with these running backs here instead of grabbing one of those elite level receivers. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. And then after Eckler, you have Devontae Adams at 8. So I don't think I've drafted much Adams this year. Like when Adams is going before these guys like Dalvin and Derrick Henry, let me see how much Devontae Adams I've drafted. I have 7% Adams, so I guess I have a decent amount of. I feel like I'm not drafting him, though. I don't remember drafting him that often. Okay, so we have Derrick Henry here at pick 10. Travis Kelce, pick 11. Let's scroll this down. X-Men's thinking we have a dab. I'm in. We have a pen. What the hell are you talking about, my friend? This is a pen. Dalvin Cook goes 13. Michael says, yeah, I hardly see you take Adams. Did Adams a couple months ago or something go a lot later than where he's going now? Like, because I feel like I felt like I never really take Adams a lot, but clearly if I have 7-8% of them. Debo Samuel going 16. At this point, I would be fine with a Barkley pick if we can get Barkley. King Monster on the clock. They go Andrews. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Saquon Barkley. I think it's a start with upside. That's going to be a unique combo as well. That's what we're looking for. Start with upside. It's going to be a unique combo. If we didn't have Barkley making it to 18, I was actually probably personally going to go ahead and reach on Mark Andrews. But I think what we may do here is, I don't want to say, obviously there are people watching this stream that are in this draft, but Josh Allen picked 21 here. Josh Allen, 21. Dillon says Adams was an early second round pick a few weeks ago. I figured Adams. I don't know. Let me look this up. I feel like I'm going crazy. I've done so many of these drafts. Maybe that's why we were drafting Adams, because he used to fall to the second round. I don't remember that ever happening, though. Let me look at where his ADP was June 1st to now. So these contests opened up in May. So old ADP, let's look at where they went. Used to have Devontae Adams at pick 11.6, and now his ADP is about 10. So I guess he's slidden up a bit. Maybe it's just that it is surprising when you see him go before guys like Derrick Henry. And Joe Mixon goes here at pick 9. Love seeing that Mixon hype. Y'all know I'm going to be a fan of Mixon this upcoming season. I have Mixon ranked as our running back 4. So we have a DJ Moore pick 28. I think our initial plan maybe is getting thrown out the window. No, Nick Chubb goes off the board at the 305. One of the best values that you're going to find. I don't like Michael Pittman. My initial plan was actually going to be to go ahead and take Kyle Pitts. But if we're looking at Michael Pittman, I think getting Pittman and Saquon Barkley and even Austin Eckler all on the same team, very rarely are you actually getting Michael Pittman falling to you this far in draft. So we're going to take the value. We're going to have that unique combo as well through the first 3 rounds. And we need to make note of this. The Mark Andrews and Kyle Pitts team is the same one. I mean, this team's going to go bully tight end. We're possibly going to have to push these tight ends up the draft boards a little bit later on. Russ coming out says, strategy change in an 8-team 3-wide receiver half PPR format. 8-team league. It doesn't matter if to start 3 wide receivers. They're going to be everywhere. You can find them anywhere. Let's go ahead and let's push up that elite level tight end. Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, Kyle Pitts. They're going to give you a significant edge over your league mates who maybe are having to start a TJ Hawkinson. Like where you're going to be able to find running back value. You're going to be able to find wide receiver value. You're not going to be able to find that elite tight end value just off the waiver wire. Go ahead, take that elite level tight end in an 8-team format. So now we have Allen Robinson off the board at 36, Terry McLaurin 37. Really not too many surprising picks. After, I would say the Josh Allen pick at 21 is definitely going to be a surprise. But after that, everything kind of seems normal. I mean, Nick Chubb falling to the 305, in my opinion, there's just no reason that should ever happen. Nick Chubb, like, it's crazy that I'm finally the Nick Chubb guy. I'm finally the guy advocating for Nick Chubb. After years of telling people not to draft Nick Chubb in the first round, I have turned in to the Nick Chubb guy. Now, Jalen Waddle goes pick 38. Hollywood 39. I guess we're going to go with a little bit of a running back heavy approach. This team that decided to take the 2 elite level tight ends also has Adams. So they go with James Conner. Let's sit here and think for a second. Do we reach on one of the wide receivers we like? No, let's go ahead. Let's just take Ezekiel Elliott. I think when we take Zeke here as well, we do have it as a possibility to take Dak Prescott later on. So if we get Justin Herbert falling to us in the 5th, that's great. We will happily take Herbert there. If we don't get Justin Herbert falling to us in the 5th, I'll still take Lamar. I'll still take Patrick Mahomes. We'll figure out the stacks later on. But worst comes to worst, we'll get Dak Prescott, and we'll bet that we see Dak Prescott dump the ball off often to Ezekiel Elliott at some point. But Darren Waller goes directly after. I mean, I like the price point of Darren Waller, especially in a league where someone goes through and monopolizes that tight end value with a combination of Mark Andrews and Kyle Pitts. So we have Breece Hall, pick 45. Deontay Johnson, 46. It would have been so nice if we had James Conner make it to us. Like if we had James Conner coming back and then we could possibly go with a Kyler Murray at pick 66. That would have been very, very exciting. I still think we have a strong start so far. Let me know in the live chat. What do you think of our start? I would love to know your opinion. Joe says Deontay Johnson over those 4th round running backs all day. Yeah, like I said earlier in this live stream, Deontay Johnson, if you're looking at the amount of money that I have invested into an individual player, you know, on Underdog, you can sort it by either the percent of your drafts that you've taken said player or the amount of buy-ins that you have with said player. Deontay Johnson is my most invested into player this year. Like I have Deontay Johnson in a ton of places, but at the same time, Deontay Johnson goes to the 4 or 5 turn. We can still get Deontay in a ton of different spots. Ezekiel Elliott, ADP of 39. We're not going to be able to get Zeke here in the middle of the 4th that often. Juju Smith-Schuster, 52. So it looks like there's a chance. No, Herbert's off. Crap. Never mind. We're not going to get that combo of Justin Herbert and Austin Eckler that we are excited about. But we do get Lamar Jackson here. Very excited about getting Lamar Jackson, having that elite level rushing quarterback coming in. And no, we are not going to have a stack. But who gives a damn? If we're looking at Lamar Jackson here, we are betting on the rushing upside. We are not betting on the passing volume in Baltimore when you take him. So honestly, it's going to be one of those quarterbacks that I'm fine taking, even if we don't have one of those top end pass catchers, because I could see Lamar Jackson turning into a true league winning player and not necessarily having to have one of those other players, regardless of if it's a Rashad Bateman or if it's going to be a Mark Andrews, turning into truly that elite level asset that you couldn't win your league without. Okay, so Kyler Murray goes 57. AJ says, how do I join your drafts in the future? Super simple. Go to the link in the live chat. Go to the link in the description of the video. Click it. It's going to take you to Underdog Fantasy, where we draft every single night. This is our 7th draft of the night. You have so many opportunities to join drafts with us. We do it every single night. Going to do it until the season starts. You go to that link, sign up for Underdog Fantasy, use promo code FLOCK, and when you use promo code FLOCK, they'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football rankings. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide with legitimately just a $10 deposit. Okay. Happy Feet says, Dark Horse and Posty have this draft locked. Yeah. If y'all don't know Post Dillon, he is a crusher. I was excited to see him in this draft just because I haven't seen the man out in a while, but it's also a bummer to see him out in the draft just because he always makes things tough. Now, Amari Cooper goes 65. Looks like we're going to go with the hyper-fragile build. I see David Montgomery pick 66. I know now, very similar to what we were looking at with like a Josh Jacobs. I've never been a massive Josh Jacobs guy. I've never been a massive David Montgomery guy, but if we're getting this value on them, I will go ahead and I'll take him. He's a workhorse running back in a piss-poor offense. He does have his red flags. He does have, I don't even want to say a cap ceiling because, hell, he was the running back 7 on a points per game basis back in 2020. But let's take David Montgomery here as our 4th running back. We are not going to take another running back in this draft, and we are only going to have to take one more quarterback. We probably still stick it with 3 tight ends, but I'm completely fine with the tight end value that you're able to get later on with guys like Pat Frymuth and etc. So let's probably make this a 2 quarterback, a 4 running back, a 9 wide receiver, and a 3 tight end build. I'm excited about this. Of course, we need to make sure that we are getting some value at wide receiver a little bit later. But let's check out Dark Horse's team. I think Dark Horse is a member of the flock as well. I mean, this is our 7th draft, so I apologize if my brain's a little bit messed up right now. But regardless, looking at this, they went Diggs at pick 6, Aaron Jones in the 2nd, Keenan Allen in the 3rd, Darren Waller, J.K. Dobbins, and Amon-Ra St. Honestly, I feel like it's an average draft. I don't necessarily want to come out here and say it's a bad draft by any means. Like, y'all know I'm completely fine with 1st round Stephon Diggs, 2nd round Aaron Jones. Like, I'm not talking down on this draft at all. But I don't want to sit here and act like this is the best draft I've ever seen. Patrick says the 108 is the best team in this draft. Yeah, going with the double tight ends there with Andrews and Kyle Pitts. The 3 wide receivers. I'll say it's going to be a very unique team. I could see how this team would eventually make some noise in the tournament style draft if you just think of the outside factors and how it does make sense to have a unique build that you could potentially sneak an individual player in to that fantasy football tournament at the end of the season. But Hunt goes 76. Great. Oh, dear God. Thank God we see that Hunt 76 pick. Dillon making it to us at pick 79. If I would have known we had A.J. Dillon making it at 79, A.J. Dillon 14 picks past his ADP here, I probably would not have made this selection where we decided to take David Montgomery. I probably would not have made that selection of David Montgomery. I think we can safely say that's not a great call. Here we're going to go with Brandon Ayuk over A.J. Dillon because we can't draft another running back. But King Monster coming out. And honestly, guys, that team at 8, I know maybe you want to make fun of it because they go tight in there with Andrews and Kyle Pitts. But it's a very unique build. And now that they get Dillon, like imagine if all of a sudden just James Conner repeats what he did last year and Aaron Jones goes down due to injury. If those 2 things happen, this team is a force to be reckoned with. And they are going to have a build that nobody else has as well in this overall tournament. Okay, Patrick says that's his team. Oh, well, congrats on the A.J. Dillon value, my man. I am extremely jealous about that. I mean, I think that Amari Cooper selection over David Montgomery actually looks very good once you see A.J. Dillon making it back to you. But Just Easy coming out says, I traded Tony, Elijah Mitchell, Dawson Knox, and Odell Beckham Jr. for Javonte Williams. Is that horrible? Is that a horrible trade? I'd say if it's going to be a dynasty trade, great deal. Never look back. If it's going to be a casual redraft format, hell, why the hell is Odell Beckham Jr. even rostered? So that's just someone we need to throw out of the deal entirely. Dawson Knox is, in my opinion, a tight end that is going to see some serious regression with his overall touchdown efficiency. So no, I actually really like that trade, my man. Okay. So let's look at pick 90. I'm assuming Chris Olave. Yeah, so I'm assuming we're going to go ahead. We are just going to get Christian Kirk. We are going to take the discount based on the ankle injury. He has an ADP of 82. We need to go ahead. We need to just make sure that we are getting in as many wide receivers as possible here. As many receivers as possible in this draft. Okay. So Clyde Edwards-Helaire goes 91. I'll admit CEH is some beautiful value. Clyde Edwards-Helaire has an ADP behind Christian Kirk, but if you go and look at our draft guide, and our draft guide's not for Underdog, our draft guide is going to be for casual fantasy football leagues. It's going to be for the league that you're playing in with your friends, with your league mates. So if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, yes, you get our draft guide. Yes, you get our rankings, but those aren't Underdog rankings. That's not an Underdog draft guide. That's for your regular fantasy football league. But there you would see that we have Clyde Edwards-Helaire ranked well before Christian Kirk. But because you have to start the 3 wide receivers here and roster construction is so important, these wide receivers are going to get slid up across the board. So that's why we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Kirk at pick 90. RJ says you took Lamar from the double tight end guy. If I see Lamar Jackson in the 5th round, I take Lamar Jackson in the 5th round every single time. No question. If I see Lamar in the 5th, we go Lamar Jackson in the 5th round. Now, Rashad Penny, 98. Devin Singletary, 99. Good for us. Like, get these running backs off the board. We still want wide receiver value. Obviously, it's nice that we get Ayuk. It's nice that we are able to pull Christian Kirk here. But yeah, getting a Tyler Lockett or a Robert Woods is going to be great at this pick. We're guaranteed one of these players. This draft is falling to us perfectly, guys. This is a fantastic draft. Going to be that hyper fragile build where we're able to take advantage of the best ball format and just take advantage of this wide receiver volatility that we'll have with these guys being able to slide into our starting lineup. Chelsea says, we thought we were watching this live, but it's just an old video. Try to get into the draft and everything. You think this is an old video and I can read the chat out loud? What are you? Oh, dear God. Bryce says, I use code FLOCK. How do I get the draft guide? Okay, so if you use code FLOCK, you are going to get that deposit match the second that you make the deposit. Like, if you deposited $10, you'll see $20 in your account, but it's going to take a couple hours for Underdog to be able to register you in the system under promo code FLOCK and to send you that email out. It will be an automated email. It'll take about 1 to 2 hours, and then you're going to find it in the email address that you signed up for Underdog Fantasy for. If you don't initially see it there, please check your spam. Should 100% be in the spam. And if you still don't see it after a couple hours, feel free to email me. You can find my email address in the description of the video and just give me the email you signed up for Underdog with, and I'll be very happy to get that situation sorted out for you. But I'd imagine there should be no issues whatsoever. Okay. Now, Cordell Patterson, 110. Let's move this down. I guess we could go tight end here. We could take Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz goes 111. Okay, I was just double checking that wasn't to Patrick. Just double checking that wasn't the team that decided to take Andrews and Pitts on the same roster. Hugh on the clock. They only have 2 running backs. Let's see if they decide to go Melvin Gordon here. Looks like they get sniped on both Rondale Moore and Zach Ertz. This is the team that decided to take Kyler Murray. They take Chase Claypool. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with Claypool going off the board because we are still going to have access. In my opinion, this is like a sharp. Like, this is where the tier drop-off happens on Underdog. And the players after these 4 guys are just a completely different caliber, a significantly worse caliber. But I'm going to be excited to draft these 4 guys on this build in particular. What we are going to need is we are going to need wide receiver value. So let's go ahead. Let's take Tyler Boyd here as our wide receiver 5. I think Tyler Boyd is being drafted close to his floor, in my opinion. If you look at his production on a per game basis last season, as well as the potential that the Cincinnati Bengals may decide to up the pace of play this upcoming season. And of course, there's the contingency value if something were to occur to T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, almost immediately Tyler Boyd could become a top 24 wide receiver in fantasy. So you have the 2 running backs going directly after. Julio Jones going before Garrett Wilson. I don't want to speak too much on Garrett Wilson because if there's any chance he makes it back to us, I'd be ecstatic. But knowing that Dillon is picking there at the 10-11 turn, yeah, I'm assuming that there's a 0% chance we are getting Garrett Wilson on the way back around. Jack says, if I sign up for locals, do I get the fantasy draft guide and the dynasty rookie rankings? What I would recommend is just going through Underdog, making that $10 deposit. You are going to get the draft guide, and also in that email through Underdog, you are going to get the link to locals with a promo to get you a free month of locals content. That's what I'd recommend. And if you're having an issue with getting that free month from the Underdog sign up, send me an email. I'd be happy to get it sorted out for you. Okay, so now Nicole Hardman goes pick 121. Nicole Hardman would have probably been a wide receiver we would have taken on the way back around if he made it to us. Now we are just in straight up no man's land with all these players here. I think I actually have an idea of someone that I do kind of want. Let's see if we get him. Rashad White goes pick 122. Good for us. We want to see these running backs off. Jacoby Myers goes 123. There are a couple names I'm excited about here. Damian Pierce, 125. I think that we honestly maybe just double down on quarterbacks with rushing upside. I think we take Justin Fields here because if we're going to look at some of the other wide receivers, like what's the real gap between Joshua Palmer, Michael Gallup, Christian Watson, Jahan Dotson? They're all about the same for me. So let's go. Let's take Justin Fields. Like, I like the value of Darrell Henderson. I like the value of Alexander Madison. But like I said, guys, we have Eckler, Saquon Barkley, Ezekiel Elliott, and David Montgomery. If we were to take another running back in this draft, we can't take one for a very long time. We're probably done at 4. And if we take Justin Fields here, we are guaranteed to be done at 2 quarterbacks. We're going to save those roster spots. Cole Kmet's already off the board, but we did have Montgomery. Maybe you can make the argument, oh, you get correlation in there with David Montgomery, who can catch passes out of the backfield, and Justin Fields. In reality, I'm looking at Justin Fields as a quarterback that just does have rushing upside, so he can see some random spike weeks. Okay, so Tua Tagovailoa goes pick 131. Good for us. Once we have Fields and Lamar on the same roster, we're wanting to see these other quarterbacks off the board. Now, Irv Smith Jr., Pat Frymuth here off the turn. We wanted to have a couple tight ends making it back to us. I really do like 12th round Pat Frymuth, so that's kind of a bummer, but there's still some of these wide receivers that I like. Let's see this. Albert O 135. Let's just load up the 3 wide receivers that we like. Gallup, Watson, and Jahan Dotson. If we're looking at our wide receiver core, right now it's composed of a bunch of veterans that should be productive at the very beginning of the season. So I think this is almost the perfect guy to add in. Someone that is going to have that ceiling for weeks 15, 16, 17 in particular that may not necessarily be productive at the beginning portion of the season. Let's go with Christian Watson. Obviously fallen given the training camp injury leading to him not building the rapport with Aaron Rodgers. It's a concern, but at the same time, in my opinion, if you look at the prospect profile, he could potentially be the most talented wide receiver in Green Bay, and you're just getting him at a severe discount here. Okay. I really like this draft, guys. But to be honest, it's about to be midnight. We've been live for 4 hours now. Since we've been live for 4 hours, we did 7 drafts tonight. I'm probably going to have to cut the stream here because we're going to do drafts every single night. Every single night till the beginning of the season. So even if I wanted to finish this out, I probably should be smart. I probably should save my voice. Make sure that I'm going to have the stamina to go tomorrow night, the night after that, the night after that, the night after that. We're going to do like 200 live streams in a row on this channel. So please make sure you go down there, subscribe, drop a like. And if you want to get into our next draft, which we do this every single night, go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Find the link in any comment section, any description of our videos. And you'll be able to get in our draft with us tomorrow night, the next night, whenever you want. And also, if you want to join a free fantasy football group chat, I'm going to send out a link right now in the live chat. If you don't want to join, no issues. It's a free fantasy football group chat. You don't have to put in an email. You don't have to put in a credit card. You literally just click the link. You choose your nickname, and then you're in a fantasy football group chat. If you want to be in one, cool. If you don't, cool. But thank you again. I appreciate all of y'all so much. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow night. And yeah, have a great night.